Hello everyone, we'll be starting in just a moment there. And here we go. We'll play it normal. Well, because normal is the way the game is designed in, usually.
That's why I like to use flitters, just to not even for that.
Oh yeah.
Normally it's influence backs with you to.
Yeah. Which I mean, there's no problem in wanting to enjoy the story. And suddenly, I'm leaving on a jet plane.
Or
12 dreams for the Red Queen under crown of stone. 8 voracious beasts born from 8 restless nights. 4 nails piercing the flesh of the sinner. 1 prayer for the summoned, called by this song. 'Tis perhaps the countdown to oblivion for the once proud city of London. 'Tis perchance her inhabitants' last dance alone to face death and pestilence. Confronted by the eerie and unknown, mortals became desperate for answers. A flock's flight makes for an omen, the falling of a star a dire presage. Turning to priests for interpretation when there was no reason to be found. When religion failed, men turned to science. I saw them build such vain cities, crafting machines made for endless war. New questions flourished as old answers withered. What is darkness but lurking sun? What is wall but enslaved stone? What is glass but tortured sand? What is song but a call to arms? What is hate but jilted love? What is life but death pending?
Damn philosophers.
Death.
Keep your eggs down.
Since the apple was plucked from the sacred tree, mortality was believed to be God's punishment. A righteous snare to keep mankind from ascending to the stars. They were all so wrong. Death is not a wicked thing, nor some holy retribution. A true punishment would be to never know its sweet kiss.
Now you see, I agree with that.
Awaken from the harshness and be born once more.
That's convenient.
Thirsty. So thirsty.
I'm sorry, you're about to kill someone, sir. Oh, this is somebody who knows and cares about him.
We'll bring that conversation. We could do.
My sweet brother. What have you done?
Mary!
Come on.
No! Mary! Hold on! Please, hold on!
I mean, I wasn't expecting the title of today's stream to be so apt.
No, no.
I mean, washing hands is still a brand new thing. This is 1918. And yet they still wore masks. Maybe not in this game, but...
It's a nightmare. No! Please, a moment, let me explain! These patrols are after me. No! No! Don't shoot! This is a nightmare. I need to get out of here.
They don't say.
This can't be happening. No, please, stop. I mean you no harm. What's going on? Oh, Mary. What have I done? What's all this about?
Shit, where'd it go? Tricky bastards. Shit, where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Now, I can defend myself.
Kill that thing!
Who are you? Stay back!
Don't let it out of your sight! Kill that thing!
Sorry, but you left me no choice.
That's a gun. Sure.
Who are you?
Stupid beast! Sorry.
Dodge is on. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Set key lines. Sprint. Shift. Dodge on shift. There we go. Mini lock. Yeah. True. Yeah. I'd rather have it in lock on control. QG is nothing on E. Speaking of, interaction on E. Which is fine because I don't think I'm going to be doing both. I could be wrong, and if I am, F, Q, T. G. No, that's way over there. Oops. I see.
No.
This one! No, please, stop! Who are you? There's one of them burning! What do you want? I mean you no harm. I need help. Die, you fucking leech! Please, listen to me. I can't make any sense of this. Shut up, beast! Who are you? What is this all about? What in God's... That'll do the rest of the job. Just leave me. The sun. It feels like it's burning me to the bone. I need to find somewhere to hide. Let me go! I need to find shelter.
You don't say.
Is anybody there? What is this place? The place seems abandoned. I should be safe enough here.
real, unfortunate.
Wait, this one's dressed up fancy. Let's run through his pockets.
Picking the dead's pockets? Are you serious?
I've still a rent to pay. He's got no more responsibilities. What's this? Gold watch.
Beautiful it is. We fancy it in shadow takings. I suppose we are undertakers. Now, give him an Eve. That's impossible.
Anything is possible with power of nope.
Brother, what have you done?
Mary! Mary!
He doesn't
Mary.
know if she's still alive.
I'm
She's
sorry.
definitely hurt.
Whoever did this to us, I will find them.
That's great. I heard this she doesn't come back.
Page probably stolen from some sort of manual or guide. Leeches do not fear the sun of fire. They do not burst into flames or ashes when they are caught under the rays of daylight. But it hurts them good, really good. I have personally chained a vampire to a tree to see what would happen when the sun rises. Its skin blackened in a few minutes, as if it was burning from the inside. Its eyes and flesh melted, and I saw its unholy bones move and squeal as the beast tried to escape all day long. In the end, only a desiccated corpse remained, which started to slowly regenerate when the sun had dipped behind the horizon. I cut its head off finally to destroy it, and when I tried the same test with fire, the bloody leech never came back from the ashes. Fire is our weapon, for choice of brothers. To burn the beast is the best way to kill it for good. From Know Your Enemies by Carl Eldritch Pune Leader.
I had better remain here until nightfall. Who goes there? Who's there? Are you referring to me? No!
This man dead.
No! I still have so much to accomplish. I still have so much left that needs doing.
And now you're dead. Technically.
Everyone's lost. We need to leave. And
No!
now!
There's time. I can save him.
That's the enemy coming! The orders are to evacuate the hospital!
Done. He'll live.
And now what?
We fight. Killing is a hell of a lot easier than healing.
You're not wrong.
No, it never got easy.
I don't know, you cleaned through several of those folks relatively quick. I'm presuming if you missed the watch downstairs, you get this one. "15th of October, bad sleep. Becky coughed all night, fever made her delirious. I heard a loud noise in the morning. It's a big machine some men brought by the banks to dig a big hole in the ground. It was some sort of mechanical shovel. Maybe I could go there and ask for some work. Becky needs medicine." 16th of October. I talked to the men with the mechanical shovel. They told me they're digging a mass graves all around London. Safety measures, apparently. "Is there a new epidemic? Is the flu coming back?" They had no work for me. Becky slept little last night. The foundry had been closed, and there are no more jobs nearby. 19th of October. I went to London to find some groceries and drugs. No trains. It took me the whole day to cross the Thames and come back. Becky seemed better. I made a soup. She ate. I found no drugs, only a few syringes and some sleeping pills on the black market. We have no money left. Maybe I could go to Pembroke Hospital tomorrow. But it's so far, and I fear leaving my wife for so long. 19th of October. Becky threw up the meal a few hours after she ate. She's so frail now it makes me cry. She says she hears a voice outside at night. Says she wants to eat meat. Where would I find meat? Tomorrow I'll barricade the house to protect us from looters. 21st of October. The men with the mechanical shovel have stopped digging the mass grave. I heard shouts last night as if they were attacked. Now there are only a few boats, throwing bodies day in and day out into the giant hole. The smell is terrible. We should have left the house a week ago, but Becky, she refuses to leave. She'd rather die, she said, with a nasty smile. Why, she torturing me so. 22nd of October. Becky just attacked me. She jumped on me from the stairs and tried to bite me. I had to smack her, but she smacked me back. I went upstairs and locked myself in the bedroom. Now I can hear her crying and mumbling downstairs. I retrieved the gun I hid in the ceiling since the war to protect the house. Now I'm ready to use it to protect myself against my own wife. 23rd of October. I could not sleep at all. Becky spent the whole night scratching at the door, asking me for help, begging me to let her in, but I was too afraid to open it. I'm just waiting for her to die now. It would not be long, I pray to God it'll end soon. 24th of October. I was so hungry. I tried to go downstairs this morning. Becky was sitting in an armchair by the chimney. She was panting like a dog, looking at me without moving, just following me around the room with her eyes. I pointed the gun at her sore face, but she did not react. I could not pull the trigger. I went back to my room. Excuse me. 25th of October. The house is silent like a tomb. No more noises. Becky is dead now. Forgive me, my love. I was unable to save you. I'll be with you soon.
No, only this side of the bed.
Apparently.
This makes no sense. None of it. No sense at all. It's a nightmare. That's it. So be it.
Have fun with that.
You're shot multiple times on the one here.
Yeah, those were grazing hits.
You just wasted all the blood you took from me. That can be long.
Possibly. Hello, Bish. How you doing? Well, congratulations, you're a greater immortal.
You blood.
This is absolute madness. I've lost touch with the real.
A lot of reality's changed on you.
As mad as the moon. Obtains blood in sunlight into a glowing reflection.
Hideout beds allow you to evolve and rest. Spend experience points to level up and improve your vampiric skills. Autophagy. Drain your own blood to heal normal and aggravated damage instantly. Sure. An aggressive skill. Claws, Blood Spear, Shadow Mist. I do like extreme range, however, I can buy bullets for that. Now confirm your selection. Alright. I've never been a fan of the press and hold.
That voice in my head. If I'm not mad, then it must belong to the one who made me what I am. I must find him to understand what I have become.
I mean, he is a doctor. Good lord, I can't see a blessed thing. Good lord. Oh, that's big enough too. No, that's too big. I can kind of see stuff now. And boy howdy, can chat see everything. Oh yes. Reach the North Bank.
These people want me dead. I need to leave now.
Here's the leech. Here!
My head's spinning.
I mean, that is your first jump, so.
Come out, you coward!
It's locked, all right.
Okay. For instance, stake. Offhand weapons can be used by pressing the right trigger. They have attacks with special effects, and consume stamina. See inventory. I have no bullets.
I cannot enter.
Alright, the door is locked. Terribly unfortunate.
I'm still in Southwark. I must reach the West End. Go back home.
Right trigger, yeah, right trigger. Right mouse to use your strafe. Inflict stun damage. Stunned enemy can be bitten.
Die, vermin!
There's a strength I never knew I had.
Right.
This shouldn't be possible.
Excuse me.
Every sinew, every fiber of my being is afire. I feel like a child learning the limits of my body.
Good way to look at it.
Put an end to you!
Excuse me. Oh yeah. Right, this guy also does the charge you do.
reflexes.
My reflexes are shit, let's be
I'm not
honest.
human anymore.
Why are you doing any shit? Or reflexes are great.
Is there? There is not. Shame. Probably close the window. Quarantine, contagious disease. One shall enter or leave quarantine without one shall enter or leave quarantine area without written part of the local health authority. An authorized employee of the shall after destroy or remove this card. Violating this regulation will be fined. Your king and country need you. Join the British ranks and help the brave lads in the front. Your king and country need you. Join the and help follow.
My poor sister. If only I had controlled my need for blood.
The inscrutable
Mary, someone will pay for what happened to you. For what happened to us. It's locked, all right.
You won't allow attendance. Alright.
I just missed the door. What?
I mean, I didn't take that ability, and I can no longer nap.
It's locked.
Going down. Ah.
And she do this
The
and
dizziness from the jump. I can now control it.
Oh, good. Oh, good, the bridge is stable. I mean, I just got here. That can change quickly. Oh. I can nom rats.
I have this thirst for blood. What will London have to say to me?
Do your work at night and don't immediately murder anyone who isn't doing bad things.
Questions unanswered.
you do be a jackass in difficult code, or do not be a jackass. Only less likely options to be. It's up to you.
10 shillings. That looked like more than 10 shillings.
So this was just the leverage.
Yeah.
Another corpse. Have the very streets of London become a mausoleum? The man has been drained of all blood, but I can still smell the scent of it. I follow the scent's trail. Perhaps it will lead me to my assailant.
V for vampire.
Fresh blood. The smell is so strong.
The first things first, let's go over here. The good news is I can just see the shines in the darkness now. I will mute the microphone. There we go. Follow the killer's trail, but I don't want to. Look. Ah, there it is.
Where has everyone gone? According to the blood patterns, that's where the victim was attacked. So that must be the killer's trail.
You just found a new hideout. Here you can spend your XP while resting or craft items at the workbench. Alright. On a workbench, you can craft medical treatments, heal 6 citizens, serums, boost yourself, weapon upgrades, improve, and customize your weapons. Currently level 0. Bring it up to 58. Increase damage dealt by 10%, which only brings it up to 50, which is odd. Alright. Getting better stun for this would be good. Common, good. Remarkable. All perfect. Alright, so don't sell items. Let's see.
At last, a little life.
Welcome, sir, to the Turquoise Turtle.
Good evening, sir. I wondered if I could ask for your help.
Wow, you look like you need a drink.
Yes. I apologize for my outfit. It's been a long night.
Been there, seen that. Don't worry, things can only get worse.
What's going on around here? It's like everybody is hiding.
You must be new here. Have you not heard about the murders? Everybody fears the return of the sewer dog.
Who is this sewer dog?
It's the local bogeyman. Convenient answer for every crime that happened for decades. You murdered someone, blame the sewer dog, eh?
You make it sound like it's a fairy tale.
People will always believe in monsters. It's easier than accepting their own darkness. We can all be monsters.
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that gorgeous bottle, see?
This is important, sir. Are you sure no one has come in here in the last few hours?
I don't know and I don't care. This is a free country. People still have the right to come and go, don't they?
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
Are they stupid or something? I've never even been
My
to
God, sir, you look like Jonah's whale just spat you out of hell. Can I get you a drink?
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
Well, grab a chair and get some rest. This is going to be another long night.
Why is it going to be a long night?
You must be new around here. Don't you know about the murders?
Tell me more about these murders.
Every morning for the last few weeks, bodies have been found. And those poor sods didn't die of flu.
Do the police have any leads on a suspect?
Even before the outbreak, coppers never came round here. We're on our own. People die in these parts all the time, and no one cares.
Where am I? Where is this place?
You're at my bar, sir,
Who are you?
the Turquoise Turtle. The last ray of light in this dangerous part of town.
Aren't you scared?
Scared of what? All the bad shit happens out on the foggy streets. And I never go outside.
So you're open all night?
Yep. Figured people might need a place to rest in these dark times.
I'm looking for someone who might have passed through here recently. Wondered if you might help.
It's been quiet tonight. The only other person I've seen went straight up to his room. Thought it was kind of rude, actually.
You mean he's still here?
Well, yeah. He paid for the entire week.
How long has he been here?
He rented the room a few days ago and didn't say when he'd leave.
Who is this man? What does he look like?
Well, like a gentleman, I guess. Well-dressed, quite polite. A professor or something fancy like that. Always writing, reading notes.
I need to meet this man. I have questions.
Just climb the stairs and knock on the first door. I heard him open his window, so I guess he's still awake. And,
Yes?
no funny business. You hear me? This is a respectable establishment.
It's a turtle establishment.
Lights?
Not long ago, this sort of mess would have given me a laugh.
Well, let's talk to you. Oh,
He didn't deserve... Hello, sir. Are you all right? Is there any way I can help you?
I don't know. Maybe you could just talk to me.
Maybe you prefer to speak with Tom, then. He's more agreeable talking to strangers.
What's going on around here? Where is everyone?
Too many dead, sir. First the epidemic, now all these terrible murders.
The murders. What can you say about them?
Bodies found in the streets every morning. Drained of blood. It's just horrible. Some say the sewer dog is back.
The sewer dog. What's that?
No one knows. People have always disappeared around these parts. The ancients say it's the sewer dog coming out to feed. But now he's killing in the streets.
What have you heard about the epidemic?
There's a Spanish flu. Yeah. Killed so many last summer. Thought we'd seen the last of it. Dozens dying every week.
Are the authorities doing anything?
Nothing. There are so many quarantine zones in London now. It's gotten really hard to travel across town.
What is this place?
This is Tom's Bar, the Turquoise Turtle. I'm the barmaid here, Sabrina, if you want to know.
Thanks,
Are you
Sabrina.
always open this late at night?
No, it's only since the epidemic started. Tom thought that people may need a safe place to stay.
You don't seem to have much business. Where is everybody?
Well, most people are sleeping right now. And those that are awake tend to avoid going out. What with the murders and all.
I just want to talk. I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm not afraid, sir. It's just I've other customers to take care of.
I only see one customer.
Oh. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I best check on them.
You're gently
I'll
ragged.
leave then. Thank you.
Not long ago, this sort of mess would have given me a
Are they
laugh.
stupid or something? I've never even been to India.
This is no place for you. Priwen has several patrols roaming the area.
They do not pursue me.
But they're looking for vampires, and they're most efficient.
They'll not relent until the killer has been identified.
I have a common objective, but I require...
I think someone is eavesdropping.
Are you certain? You might as well come in, whoever you are.
Alright.
Slowly, vampire. Who are you? I mean you no harm, saith the vampire. Present yourself.
I need a word. With anyone.
Well, that's something I can do for you.
Nice to meet you. What's my fault? What the fuck?
And who might you be?
Dr. Edgar Swansea. Swansea. Surprising, huh?
I'm not sure that I know anymore.
Might I at least learn the reason of your presence?
That's none of your concern.
You're being
Sir,
a
you
dick
have
now.
entered my room in the middle of the night, pale as a corpse and shaking like a tree. So please, indulge me.
Someone is molesting people. In fact, killing them. Biting them.
The calling card of a vampire. Like you.
You seem the expert. How would that be?
I have my secrets, as you have yours.
Then if you are not a vampire, who or what are you?
Dr. Edgar Swansea of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. I'm performing an independent investigation here in an attempt to understand precisely what is going on.
What have you uncovered concerning the murders?
It started a few nights ago. Rumors of violent murders. The docks have always been, shall we say, somewhat unsavory. But this is different.
How different?
A vampire is at work here. Famished. Reckless. It must be brought to ground, and quickly.
And what exactly is this Brotherhood?
Sir, if the name is not familiar to you, then we shall discuss it another time.
I heard another voice, that of a woman. Who were you talking to?
Ridiculous. I've no idea what you're talking about.
Something tells me not to trust you.
Then the feeling is mutual.
Fair enough.
Then help me find the culprit.
I may. If you'll first tell me why you opened this door.
You asked me to.
I followed a trail. The scent of blood from a recent victim. It led me here.
You thought I was your aggressor. That explains a great deal. We're both chasing the same shadow.
Perhaps. This is all new to me. I'm not even certain what I'm looking for.
You should let me handle this affair. You've no idea what you're up against.
No. I will find the monster. He is mine.
How will you do any better than I? But then let me ask you this. What are your intentions if you find the killer?
I don't know yet.
Then I can only wish you good hunting. And pray we shall meet again.
You'll probably end up killing him, honestly. Yes.
Can I have some privacy, please?
Fatigue.
I cannot enter.
I can't dash inside people's
If
establishments.
Swansea is not my attacker, it means somebody else came here tonight. Someone must know something.
Welcome back. Did you find what you were after?
I can't say I have. Are you sure no one else came into your bar before I arrived?
Hey, I told you, you were the only other stranger I've had.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts. Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
You're still ugly as sin.
Alright,
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
Evening, sir. Can I help you?
I have a few questions for you.
Well, if you must.
I spoke to Dr. Swansea. He's not the man I'm looking for. Now, I want the truth.
The truth? What do you mean?
I suspect that someone else was here tonight, and I don't think Tom wants to tell me about it.
I'm just the barmaid here, okay? If Tom says you're the only visitor we had, then you're the only visitor we had.
I can feel your fear, madam. Please, tell me what's going on.
It's Will. William Bishop. He came in here earlier tonight and he... Well, I thought he was going to clock someone.
What happened tonight?
He was dead drunk, as usual. My God, his eyes. His face. He must have caught something awful. He shouted and cried. It was terrible.
Why are you so afraid?
I mean, his skin. His hands. I scrubbed every glass and every chair that he touched. God, I hope it's not contagious.
Tell me about this William Bishop.
Will was a sailor who worked at the canning factory before he lost that job. A nice bloke, really. He's never been violent. Until tonight.
Why keep it a secret? Why not tell me about it?
Tom's nothing if not loyal. After Will lost his job, he offered him one ear. They used to be good mates. But recently, well... Will started to get very aggressive.
I see. Thank you for your candor. I'll be sure to talk to Tom.
Kurt. You just discovered a hint. It reveals a secret about a citizen or someone related to him. As a vampire, you need human blood to evolve. The blood quality bar indicates the XP you will earn from feeding on the citizen. Unlock hints increases the amount of XP. The game really wants you to drink people.
Not until you've like perfected them as far as you can get them, and then savor them. Like it's really bizarre.
Yeah.
The best people that can be as healthy as they can and good.
I hope I live long enough to see them wet boot boys get what's coming.
You again. What can I do for you?
As a vampire, you can force a citizen to reveal information thanks to a hint you have discovered.
Tom, talk to me about the visit from your old friend, William.
Yes, Will came by tonight, but he's not my friend anymore.
Why lie to me if he is not your friend?
I didn't lie. I said you were my only unannounced customer, and that's the truth.
True.
Who is he?
William. Just an old sailor who loves his gin too much. He worked for years at the canning factory before it closed.
Is he dangerous?
Yeah. Like many drunks, he's all bark and no bite. Can barely stand up most of the time.
How was he tonight? Was he different?
Sicker than usual, perhaps. He whined and mumbled about how mean people were to him and how he'd like to talk to me outside, and then he left when I refused.
I need to find him. It's a matter of urgency. Do you know where he is?
You could try his boat. It's up by the North Pier. He sleeps there when he's too drunk to get home.
Please describe him to me.
What do you expect? He's a tall, sick bastard with a bad rash and torn old clothes. William used to be strong. Now he's a mess.
Thank you, Tom.
If you see him, tell him I don't want him back here unless he cleans up his act, okay?
Damn it. I think drink no monsters.
I will get to the bottom of this intrigue. What's been done to me? To this city? The body is still warm. This man has just been drained of blood. What's this? Some sort of note. Blood and empty gin bottles. This bishop fellow is something of a heavy drinker. This man was armed. He tried to defend himself. This corpse has been dried of its blood, just like the previous victim. There are blood splats on the other side of the canal. I must reach that barge.
Oh. Hmm? The notes. October 30th. From G. McCullum to Dock Patrols. Objective: multiple deaths in the dock region. We believe that nasty leech is involved. Locate the beast, purge it, and quickly. Warning: according to recent reports, this vampire is very violent. Approach with extreme caution. I know we lack men in this part of town, but don't send rookies to investigate the case. If I'm correct, we've got a frenzied one killing each night. As always, search abandoned places first, like old houses, basements, sewers, warehouses, etc. Destroy the leech bugs.
These men, they're a company of professional vampire hunters.
Right. As you take out William Bishop, and then I'm presuming some stability returns. Sure. Ah. No. Yeah.
Look at it! Gone up like
This might be easier with control. It's hard to say. Let's find out real quick. Because I have a controller right here.
Let's head back to a warm fire. Shut that foolish mouth of yours. You ever known McCullum to be wrong about anything?
Right. No time I can remember. But I've only been part of the Guards 3 weeks to the day.
All the more reason to shut it, Mr. Billy. If the man says a bloodsucker's dug in here, you've but one job, and that's to find it. And find it fast.
It's fair enough. I'd head back if I were you, sir. It's so damn cold.
Is he facing me?
Go back home, idiots!
Alright. Alright. Yes. Okay. Then he went out that way. That's how I activate that. Things are shining now. Equip and press Y to use range weapons and inflict both standard damage and stun damage. Be aware that your ammo is limited. Yes. Light shard. Active stack CDs. Oh, it's not that bad. No, but I can take a bunch of bullets out. Well, resistance is physical, range, blood, and shadow. High resistance to range. Right? Sure, there's a way. Oh, this game. Where is that? Let's see. The trick is remembering how to do it with controller. Ah, here we go. There we go.
This one's a top!
Right. Leave the dodge.
Bloody monster!
Thank you for waiting while I get your friend. That burned all of my stamina to do that though. Piece of candy. Let's see. Sorry, 2.
Speak English, do ya?
We won't see any of these bastards back here again. I like their screams when you burn them alive.
No. Gameplay controls.
John.
Yeah. There is no crouch.
That's this nest of them cleaned out. Go back home, idiot! Stop right now!
Okay, so they can actually see me.
Go back up! It ain't human! Kill it!
Yep.
It's fast!
Hi, you're melee resistant. He's actually light resistant. Ooh, scary. Swaps? No. piece of candy. Well, I suppose I could have come up here first. So if I go down there, then immediately look up here. So I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for that in the future. And I probably won't like an update. Kinda like it just fell straight down. Yeah, go bad hit. I know that some of our companions consider the best advantage we have in our fight against the leeches is that they can't go out during the day. Thus we can hunt them down when they hide, powerless in their sleep. This is a rookie mistake. First, because vampires are clever, and they have countless ruses and tricks to avoid being spotted in their den. Second, because they deploy many deadly traps to kill. Any intruder in what they consider their most precious sanctuary would cost us too much men and too much time to explore and eradicate vampires in their hideouts. The best tactic is to follow and destroy them when they are really vulnerable. When they hunt at night, it is much easier to attack them, for then they can easily be spotted. That's why the Guard of Pidwin must evolve. Deploy our new tactics, hunting leeches, small and mobile patrols, tactics based on technological advances, modern communicator. We can learn many things from the war in France. New strategy, new equipment, and new weaponry. Grenades, white phosphorus, ultraviolet light, bulletproof vests, and flamethrowers. It is time for the Guard to embrace the 20th century. From A New War by Jeffrey McCullum. Prewin leader. Well, he's dead, Jim. That matches up to who? This one. Interesting. That was brutal. Hello, Russian, my small friends. Oop. There's a lot of dead folk up here. I see, it's run perfectly. Let's see. I think you eventually get an upgraded stake. Add 3 stun points when the weapon hits. I mean, that is very good. Oh, the squirrels are hassling the cat? I'm sure that. I mean, that is a strong rating. Sure. Oh wait, no, I can't do that because I need that first. Okay. Oh wait. What else do I have? I just picked up that thinking recently. Shogun. Well, a shotgun mostly used as a short-range defensive weapon. And a reliable service pistol used by most British troops as their standard sidearm. A Schuss gun would be useful, however I don't think I have a lot of bullets. I think they're all main firearm bullets though. Ooh, tasty.
And I was like, you should take a shotgun channel. Maybe you get a shotgun.
I got the Schuss gun. Pretty much. The Schuss gun. Refill. Coin. Let's see. Nesbo level 1, power level 3. Let's see what I can potentially upgrade. I mean, those would be useful. Increase health would be nice. And life regeneration in combat. I'd much rather be combat focused. Is there a way to? No, there isn't. Shit. So, what's 13? Great instant health, or greater regeneration. Or you trade more blood to heal yourself instantly and can gain an additional boost to your health regeneration. The vampire uses the power of his blood to heal normal and aggravated damage, increasing his flesh, nerve, and bone regeneration. With time, this vampiric ability can be extremely powerful, and is sure to surprise any unwary vampire hunter. We think of vampires as immortal, but you can block their unnatural generative capabilities. They are more vulnerable than you think. I mean, fair enough. I mean, that would be nice. I mean, that would be fun. Rage, Abyss, Blood Culture. And that one's also going to be 300. Well, that one will be useful. The following unit, when everyone's respawned,
Get them weapons ready! Fair one!
Defend the assholes. Shoot against shells. Maybe more like the one.
We won't see any of these bastards back here again.
It ain't you,
Oh, well that's terribly unfortunate for me.
back in the crate!
Okay, so I can't dash out of combat, or in combat I should say. Should be, if there's a stairwell right here.
End to you!
Hi! Game. Stop being dick. Corners. Yeah, my friend. Not for long. Yours. Apologize, friend. And you're now going to get face slapped. Right, you go. I mean, I got a bunch of cover out of it, so I'm not too worried. This guy was terribly unfortunate because he just got stuck in a wall.
You live here. Make the sure you miss her.
There was one up here somewhere. No, it's Governor Eastmore. Yeah. Possibly. Yeah. Some of them I was able to collect their government relatively quick too. So. Let's see, what am I supposed to do? Going this way, right?
Fresh blood. The whole building reeks of it. The scent is so strong it makes me dizzy.
Spread's dead. Oh, it's a scythe. You use parry on an incoming attack or inflict any stun damage. You have found credit.
This place reeks of
I
bloodshed.
mean, I am. But that mistake.
William, I can't stand it anymore.
This creature is bedeviled. I must put it down.
back into it. Use bludgeon. You can upgrade weapons to another level with required ingredients. It will inflict more damage, and you will also gain access to customization slots. Attack speed 10, stamina 20. Oh, look, piece of candy.
William, please, stop. William was an honorable man. I could have saved him.
Mr. Hampton, are you in there?
I knew him well, another lost soul, a kindred spirit.
Sir, listen to the sound of my voice. I'm a doctor. You're suffering from shock.
I must return to my flock. They'll stray without me.
Remember, certain skulls are every bit as resistant as we are.
Who are you? What do you mean by Skal?
You truly are a newborn. I should have realized.
Wait. You are the woman from the bar. Are you like me? Can you help me?
I believe, sir, I already have.
Enough, she fucks into the duck.
By George and the Saints, you've solved the mystery of these terrible murders. Patience, good fellows, I've come to offer help. Just give me a moment to secure my boat. We can leave this awful place.
William was not the evil man they claimed. He was just taken by the thirst. He needed his drink.
This man requires medical attention. We'll see he gets to the nearest hospital.
No, please, I must tend to my fold. My flock needs me.
There, sir. Go with the good Dr. Swansea. He's resourceful, and I'm sure he'll take good care of you.
You'd best come as well. The sun is soon to rise, and you'll need a place to rest.
I just need a moment. If I can learn something about what has happened to William, I'll be a step closer to understanding what happened to me. This poor creature can't be my maker. Could it be some subspecies of vampire? I must find a place to analyze the blood.
Shillings. I missed on the first pass. Skull, possibly a type of thrall, which means somebody who's become dependent on blood in general, but probably fed vampire blood at some point. It's a nice little steamer.
Where are we headed?
We're on our way to the Pembroke Hospital. It's just across the canal. They'll have a bed for poor Mr. Hampton.
William was... What manner of creature was he?
Predator, prey, villain, and victim. Who can say? The important thing is that he's been stopped.
Duly noted. And the woman? What... Who is she?
What woman?
Oh, don't play me for a fool. You used me to locate that skull. You must know who she is.
And I thought you a gentleman. You shouldn't talk about a lady behind her back, but I will tell you she values her privacy. Were London as peaceful as she appears from the middle of the canal? If only that were the reality of the situation.
To be honest, I've always tried to avoid this part of town.
Pembroke Hospital is the last bastion between the rest of London and the epidemic. The flu has decimated the East End and the war still rages. Welcome to the front lines of a plague.
This is where you work, Dr. Swansea?
I am the administrator of Pembroke Hospital.
I thought you were here in service of your mysterious order, the Brotherhood of...
Of St. Paul's Stole, yes. But first and foremost, I'm a man of science. A physician, like yourself, Dr. Reed.
How do you know who I am?
No need for modesty. You are Dr. Jonathan Reed, a surgeon of some caliber and renown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, sir.
I knew it. I had my suspicions. But when you took the blood sample from the corpse of poor William, I was certain. Dr. Reed. Marvelous.
Have we met?
I attended 3 of your seminars before the war. I have the utmost admiration for your research. And what a turn of fate. England's most esteemed blood specialist returns to London a vampire.
That word, again, from a so-called man of science.
I understand. Traditionally, the role of science is to refute myth, but when myth walks among us, the Brotherhood of St. Paul has dedicated its purpose to their study. There's so much for you to learn.
And for that, you are right.
Well, then let me be blunt. Join my staff at Pembroke Hospital. As a physician. I suspect you'll not find a better post of employment to contemplate your predicament.
This is sudden. I was returning home to see my sickly mother. But alas, that was before contracting this... affliction.
Dr. Reed, take a moment to consider. The post would be for the night shift, providing a good explanation for your absence during daylight hours. You'll be adequately reimbursed, and have a place to hide. I even had the forethought to bring some clean clothes. So, what do you say?
It seems I have little choice, but yours is a generous offer, so I thank you.
Brilliant! Oh, Jonathan, this is one for the book, and the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Like my job, I was a good surgeon. I mean, he wasn't a good man. He was a war surgeon. Yeah.
Or he was the war fighters. He was also one of the civilian heroes that had been decimated and was being given the free work.
Oh yeah, no, I believe it. He was also a war surgeon. He was a good man. However, he also wasn't a good man.
Nurse Crane, for I bring good news.
Oh, Doctor, what a night. We lost 2 more patients. Nurse Scow said she couldn't take it anymore and resigned.
Yes, well, I'll make a new rota in the morning. In the meantime, find a good bed for Mr. Hampton. Be sure to pay attention to his needs.
Of course, Doctor.
Oh, and Dorothy.
Yes, Doctor?
Dr. Reed here has just returned from the front. He served King and Country and will be joining us here at Pembroke. We're very lucky to have gained a surgeon of his talent, and one so experienced in blood transfusions.
That is good news indeed, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Here at Pembroke, it's not what we have, but what we haven't. It's only thanks to Nurse Crane and the staff that our ship doesn't sink. If you have any questions, just ask her.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Your assistance is required, Dr. Swansea, immediately.
Welcome aboard, Jonathan. We'll catch up after my rounds. Coming, Nurse Crane. I'm coming.
It's locked, all right.
Come on, you bastard! You can do better than that! Nah, it's my turn!
Rotten or pristine, each heart contains the seed of life. Drink at this river, try it all.
My name's Clay Cox! Oh, come on, you bastard! I won't bite!
Sir, please. You've lost too much blood. Calm yourself.
You think I didn't notice? Stop your staring and get me to an hospital, you arse!
Insulting a good Samaritan. Not exactly the way to get rescued.
All right, sorry. I am in pain here. My guts are spilling out onto the street and you're yabbering on.
Yes. That's a very nasty wound you've got there. Take my word, I am a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Name's Clay Cox. I'd appreciate you helping me to a better place, Doc.
Follow me, Mr. Cox. Let me assist you to that better place.
Blood quality indicates how much XP you will obtain from a particular citizen. The higher the blood quality, the more XP you get. To drink the blood of your prey, you first need to mesmerize them and lead them out of sight with others. Your mesmerize level must be equal or higher to the citizen's level. Press the left bumper to mesmerize. Play.
Bring this fading light into the shadows. Dance with him the dance of life and death.
I say no. Oh, won't let me not. That's a shame. Poor guy. They will provide massive XP boost, but be aware that there will be consequences. Learning more about citizens and collecting hints will increase experience gain.
Not tonight. Not like this. I will not take another life.
Whoa, I feel giddy. Did I black out?
A little bit.
It is wise for the huntsman to sometimes let his prey go, but no famished hunter can run for long.
Good evening, sir.
So it is true. The famous Dr. Reed has joined us. I can't think of any better news during these terrible times.
Do we know each other?
Actually, yes. We met once before, at the Rockefeller University in New York.
Dr. Tippett, yes, I remember. I was assisting Professor Carell in his research about coronary bypasses. He had nothing but praise for you.
He was also very confident about your future. And look at you now. Eminent surgeon and blood transfusion specialist.
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation? And please, speak freely.
This hospital is not exactly the best of London. I'm sure you are used to working in a better environment.
It's more than enough. In any case, the personnel of a hospital are much more important to me than the building.
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reed. This hospital does not lack talented people. It just lacks hope.
What can you tell me about the staff in the hospital?
Some are really good, and others are not so good. But during this troubled period, there is no time for slander. I prefer to focus on the positive character traits.
Tell me more about cherished people, then.
Nurse Brannigan is a pearl. She is the most helpful and dedicated nurse I've ever worked with. A clever and cheerful woman.
You really seem to admire her skills.
I'll go even further. If she was a man, she would be a damn fine practitioner.
Any opinion about the management?
I don't always agree with Dr. Swansea's reserve, but I must admit he does all he can to keep this facility running during this crisis.
Ah, yes, the burden of command. I was fed up with this concept while serving as a medical officer.
Don't get me wrong. Swansea's a good administrator. I just wish he would get out of his office down again.
I have some news for you. Hint. Corcoran is convinced that Gwyneth Brannigan is overqualified as a nurse.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
Pardon me while I read everything that isn't nailed down. Ah, they're going now. And he is immediately left the place. And off he goes into the night.
Doctor, where have you been? I've little time to play hide and seek with new staff members, no matter how illustrious they may be.
I found a wounded man by the docks. He answers to the name of Clay Cox. He requires urgent medical attention.
Already making the rounds? That's the Pembroke spirit. I'll ask our porter, Milton, to bring him back immediately.
Thank you, nurse. What can I do for you?
Dr. Swansea insisted we provide you a quiet office. You'll find it on the second floor with your name on the door.
Thank you. Nurse Crane, isn't it?
That's
yes,
a reference.
Dorothy Crane. Welcome to Pembroke Hospital, Dr. Reed. Your office has been prepared.
I know it's a reference, but I can't remember what the reference is to.
I would like to ask a few questions first. And Mr. Hampton, the patient we brought in, how does he fare?
I gave him a sedative to help him sleep. Poor thing was in quite a state of shock.
What kind of man is Dr. Swansea?
Well, you accepted the job from him. I thought you would have known about your employer.
It's right to assume Dr. Swansea knows far more about me than I do about him.
You'll get to know him soon enough, and better than me. The administrator has better things to do than mix with us.
Apologies, I've only just met him the once. This is sudden. I've only just returned to England.
Dr. Swansea is a brilliant surgeon and the most compassionate physician.
If you could point me in the direction of my room again, nurse.
Second floor of the hospital, left after the stairs. It's the last vacant office at the end of the corridor.
That's good.
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
Due to the influenza, this hospital can no longer take any patients. Hospital is full. Please go back home. Hayes, we can't take any more people. Vials.
Good evening, Dr. Tibbets.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets.
Hello, Dr. Tibbets. Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets. Hello, this is Window. Hello, Clarice. I'm watching you like a hamster. I'm sure there's a gentleman that stands here later, because this looks like a shop front. Hello, Dr. Tibbets. Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets. City! You! Life saved by efficient medical aid is a blow struck at the of the flu epidemic. Volunteers make the difference.
Dr. Swansea is right. This place seems perfect to conduct my research.
I don't know you yet.
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Doctor. I don't think we've been introduced yet. My name is Pippa Hawkins.
And I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Dr. Swansea has recently offered me a position in this hospital.
Well, it's a euphemism that your help will be appreciated, Doctor.
How would you describe the situation at the Pembroke Hospital?
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff and patients. We are running out of everything.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't last forever. Even the Black Plague didn't kill everyone.
I wish I could believe you. But what if this epidemic was worse? What if in the end, nobody was spared?
You must get a hold of yourself, nurse.
Sorry, I'm exhausted. No one has any idea when this epidemic will be over.
How long have you been a nurse?
Well, long enough to see that the epidemic is winning. And no matter how qualified you are, don't tell me you'll change that.
You're right. When dealing with such a terrible disease, one must remain humble. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try our best.
Sorry, Doctor. I don't want to sound bitter, but I'm just too tired to give a pep talk like Nurse Brannigan.
How is the Pembroke staff coping with the epidemic?
Well, not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is even more grumpy than usual, especially concerning doctors.
Why is Milton grumpy on a daily basis? Is it just an act?
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation, whether he deserved it or not.
Milton's reputation is mediocre among his colleagues. I mean, adjective.
Why does Milton dislike doctors?
I don't know. Just ask him. But be warned, Milton is not the chatty type.
Adjective.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins. Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon at the Pembroke Hospital. And who are you?
Your name has no meaning to me, mortal. You're nothing but dust blown by the winds of eternity.
I beg your pardon?
What are you begging for, mortal? My clemency? Well, tonight maybe I'm inclined to mercy. You'll never forget the night you met Thelma Howcroft.
You keep calling me mortal. Why is that? And if I'm mortal, what are you?
Well, Dr. Reed, if you must know, I'm a vampire.
It's going well.
Going great.
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover to hide from my enemies. I can leave whenever I want. As a woman, a spirit, fog, or bat.
The staff here are not your enemy. They're here to help you, to care for you.
I'm not speaking of the doctors in white. I'm speaking of the men and women who hunt me. For I am a vampire.
I see. Don't worry. These people will not find you here. I'll personally make sure they leave you alone.
Thank you, mortal. But do not interfere with them, for you are no match for those that hunt me.
Who are these enemies you mentioned? Can you describe them?
I cannot say for sure. But I sense their eyes on me from nearby. I feel them watching me every time I visit the garden near the morgue.
And why do you believe you're a vampire?
I don't need to believe anything. It is what I am. It is what I feel within this hollow shell of flesh.
Yes.
I see. Have you ever heard of Cotard syndrome, Miss Howcroft?
Never.
It's a mental illness discovered by a French neurologist named Jules Cotard. The affected patients are delusional. They believe that they are putrefying, that they are dead, a ghost or a ghoul, or in your case, a vampire.
Delusional, you say? Oh, sad. Petty mortal. You can't even begin to understand the concept of immortality. And you think it is I who am delusional.
Please, describe to me how you feel. What is it like to be a vampire?
I can hear my body crumble from the inside as my flesh cracks and fades. I sense the last pulse of postulant blood within my drying veins. I need new blood.
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howard?
It's only a cover to hide from my enemies. I can leave whenever I want. As a woman, a spirit, fog, or bat.
Do you require my services, Miss Howcroft?
I have no need for your medicine, Dr. Reed. Blood is the only drug I need.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
As you.
Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Unless you're here to fix my face. No. I don't think you can help me.
I'm Dr. Reed. I've recently taken the position of head surgeon here. War injuries, am I right?
You guessed right, Doctor. German shell took my pretty little mug right off. But they still call me Thomas Elwood.
Soldier, do you need assistance?
I'm fine. Just do something for this pain, will you? That's all I'm asking.
How is your stay with us, Mr. Elwood?
Oh, it's bliss. I just escaped death in the trenches to be surrounded again by the moans of the dying.
Can I ask you precisely why you're a patient here?
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't work. It just hurts under the scars, if you get my drift.
Yeah.
Who is treating you? Is someone in particular looking after your case?
Nobody since the old and tired doctor spoke to me. Started to think I was forgotten about. Wouldn't blame you.
You don't seem worried by that.
My face hurts so much more when I smile or cry. I've learned it's easier not to speak. But be assured I'm smiling inside.
Can I do anything for your pain?
Nurses gave me a bunch of pills. No effect. Told you. It's like the flames are under my skin, burning away.
Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk about all this shit.
No offense. I was pushing too much. I served in France myself. I just wanted to know what happened to you.
You were an officer, weren't you? Then I doubt we fought the same war, sir. No offense.
How close are you to Miss Horcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that there's hope for me.
Poor guy. Almost see Thelma Horcroft as a living proof that there's hope for him.
So do you let her bite you? You know that's not sanitary.
And why not? She's only supping a few drops of my blood. And the pain, it's real for once.
She could decide to bite less willing patients.
Then it's another good reason for me to stay here, Doctor.
You do realize she's mentally disturbed. It's called the Cotard syndrome. She truly believes she's a vampire.
In her madness, she never refers to my scars. And frankly, if I could, I'd join her world. It seems much more fun than the real one.
Glad you did.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Damn. The pain. It's here again.
Good evening, Mr. Hampton. How do you feel?
Dr. Reed, is it? Oh, sir, I must apologize for my behavior.
What do you mean?
I was not myself in the factory. Fear and exhaustion made me say awful things to you, I'm afraid.
You remained perfectly nice and polite. A little delirious, perhaps. But who wouldn't be after enduring an abduction?
Thank you, Doctor. That's a relief. Now all I need to do is rest and return to my flock.
Do you know Tom Watts, the bartender from the Turtle? I met him before I found you in the canning factory.
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom. Without men like him, corruption and despair would have wiped out the East End long ago.
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities have left us all to rot in this contagious nightmare. No drugs, no advice, nothing. It's a damn shame.
Who should I avoid in this part of town, then? Any particularly evil figures?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing their best. And it's not my habit to speak ill of people I know, Doctor.
Yeah, well, fair enough, you are.
How did you end up in William Bishop's den?
I had received alarming news about his recent behavior. I went to his place and he refused to let me go.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
You dared to enter this awful place alone. You're a hero, Mr. Hampton. Or a fool.
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Dr. Reed. William Bishop was a conflicted soul, searching for light.
Maybe a horrible thing.
What is the general situation in the East End docks?
The situation has always been tough, with a lot of tensions between the gangs and the Dockers trade union.
It's been almost 3 hours.
Wet Boot Boys are very nervous since they lost their leader.
Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Booth Digby.
Has the gang been threatening you?
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long, you know, the sad saint of the East End. No one dares to bug a saint, not even criminals.
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton? Medically speaking, I mean.
I feel exhausted. Beyond exhaustion, actually. William drank so much of my blood in his madness. I feel empty.
You're in good hands here. Dr. Swansea is well versed in blood transfusion, and I'm sure he'll take the best care of you.
Thank you, sir. I believe all I need is rest. And then I can go back to the people who need me.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Hampton? I can't help but notice the cross around your neck.
I manage a night asylum for the poor and homeless of the docks. And I try to guide the lost and hesitant on the right path to our Lord.
Are you a priest, Mr. Hampton? A deacon, maybe?
Not at all, Doctor. I'm just a man of faith willing to preach the good word.
Why didn't you use your cross against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange question, Doctor. A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
Have you made friends since you arrived?
Not really, but I recognize Miss Harriet Jones. I knew her when she lived by the docks. That poor woman had such a miserable life.
You never came to see her here at Pembroke? Receiving visits when sick can be an important part of the healing process, you know. We're not just bodies.
You're preaching to the converted now, Doctor. To be truly honest, I thought she was dead. She left the docks many months ago.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later.
See you again.
I mean, he's perfectly healthy. Okay, so it'll tell me when somebody's not doing well.
It's locked.
Fear and disgust on every street corner. Daily routine.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I believe we're going to be colleagues.
Reed? Yes, I've been informed about your arrival. I'm Waverly Ackroyd. Welcome aboard, I suppose.
Does my arrival inconvenience you in some way, Dr. Ackroyd?
Let us just say that I don't particularly share Dr. Swansea's enthusiasm for hiring you. What we need here are reliable professionals, not overrated dabblers.
Since your tenure in this hospital is longer than mine, perhaps you can tell me more about this place.
Let's just say I'm tired of the carelessness around me. I have always respected the skills of Dr. Swansea, but over time his enthusiasm has become displaced.
Carelessness? Exactly what are you talking about?
We're here to save lives. The people who trust us are not volunteering for experimentation. They're here to be healed.
I don't intend to run any radical experiments, Doctor. Even if I, as any good practitioner should, express an interest in pushing the boundaries of medical research.
Modern medical methods were created through audacity and ego. But there are rules in our line of work, and they're here to protect our patients.
This brews smoldering medicines. Man uses leeches.
If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansea has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, but I believe this hospital could use all the help it can get. You will agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Dr. Reed. Of course, you can't say the same about me, since I have not wasted my time courting the press.
There is no need for such animosity between us. Don't you think the epidemic is already enough to deal with?
That is one point we could agree on. And that is precisely why I want to be sure that you will be of help to this hospital instead of a burden.
That's fine. So I've exhausted all dialogue except for the hint of them.
It seems you have bad memories of your military service.
I refuse to see this industrial slaughter as scientific progress. War only reveals the worst in men.
We can at least agree on something, Dr. Ackroyd. I don't know what you've heard about me, but I have already proved my value as a practitioner.
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reed, but your motive. Is it money, fame, or are you truly dedicated?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
Knowledge has always been and will remain our main weapon, and it has always come at a price. And personal initiative.
It is not a question of initiative, it is a question of integrity. These men and women have put their faith in us, Dr. Reed.
Do you need my assistance?
Not at all. I'm sure that you are used to gaining people's trust with your impressive skills. Well, it will not be the case with me.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
I mean, there will be an attempt later.
What can I do for you, Doctor?
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
Take my apology, I didn't mean to speak to you, Miss Crane. That's fine.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I help at all?
No.
Really? Why are you here then?
I don't want to talk. My throat hurts too much.
I suppose that this pain is the reason you're here. Is someone taking care of you?
Yes. And no.
Could you at least tell me your name, sir?
Mortimer. Mortimer Goswick.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
I will see you later. How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
I'm sure you realize a doctor and his patient have to communicate, sir. Would it help if I gave you some paper and a pen?
Not really.
I see. Then maybe it's not just your throat that hurts, Mr. Goswick. Perhaps your sore throat is just the consequence of something more hurtful.
Yes, maybe. But I don't want to talk or even write about it now.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Goswick.
I don't want to talk, Doctor.
Hey.
I have to go now, sir.
Yes, fatigue.
But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Don't waste your
Good
time.
evening, madam. Can I help you?
It's my son who needs you, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. How can I help your son?
I'm Beatrice Goswick, mother of Mortimer Goswick. Could you check on him, please, Dr. Reed? I've heard much of your talents as a physician.
What can you tell me about yourself, Mrs. Goswick?
Not much to say. Just take care of my Mortimer and I'll cover all the expenses. That's all that matters.
May I ask if you have an occupation, Mrs. Goswick?
I'm a teacher by profession. I teach young women who are more ambitious about their futures than their families.
Are you really that rich? Most of the patients here are of a more humble origin, if I may say so.
Yes, thanks to my husband. May he rest in peace. I can cover any needed medical expenses.
What do you think of your reception here? Any complaints?
I have had the uttermost reservations about this hospital since we arrived. But we had no other choice, considering the state of emergency.
Is there something in particular that's bothering you?
Some of the staff are not especially welcoming. I suspect they're not accustomed to dealing with patients of such social standing.
Beatrice questions the Pembroke Hospital's efficiency.
Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke Hospital. What gave you such a bad first impression?
The ambulance driver was quite rude, for a start. And that nurse, Miss Hawkins, seems to have quite a dubious attitude.
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic. It was a relief, but it wasn't cheap.
I share your concern, Mrs. Goswick. Be sure that I'll talk to the people involved.
I don't expect compensation, Dr. Reed. But I'm aware such behavior would not be tolerated in other hospitals.
She charged you for a bed?
Yes, and I paid without question, considering the urgency of the situation.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Where's that? Can I speak with you? I can.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. May I help you?
I don't know if a third opinion is needed. Your colleagues are already arguing about my condition.
I see. Would you mind telling me more about your situation?
I'm Harvey Fiddick. All I want is to get me bloody arm fixed properly.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Fiddick.
I'm just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed, so I can return to work and to my family.
I was more curious about what you were doing before being hospitalized.
I'm a carpenter, and a good one too. But that means I need both arms to feed my family, Dr. Reed.
Fair enough.
Are you satisfied with your treatment here?
Well, it's clear that I've chosen a bad time to be injured. Forgive my bluntness, but you seem overwhelmed by cases of the flu.
I won't lie to you about it. I'm afraid we are.
Are you sure you don't want to operate yourself, Dr. Reed? I have the feeling you're very capable. And your colleagues seem to think so too.
In other circumstances, you would be right. But for now, I don't think I can take on the responsibility. My apologies. Tell me about the doctors who are arguing about your case.
Strickland and Aykroyd. They both want the best for me, but there's a lot of pride there. Doctors are no different from carpenters, it seems.
What do you mean?
I often had professional arguments with rivals on a building site. Difference is, I disagreed about wooden nails, not flesh and bones.
And that's everything.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
Will this shift never end?
Good evening, Doctor. I believe we're going to be working together.
Dr. Reed.
Dr. Swansea informed us of your arrival, but I could not dare to believe we'd have such good fortune. Such an honor, sir.
Thank you. And you are?
I am Thoreau Strickland, Dr. Thoreau Strickland. I'm a great admirer of your work, Dr. Reed.
Please, could you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a great admirer of your work concerning blood transfusion, Dr. Reed. I run my own experiments. I'm convinced it's the future.
I based my technique on my mentor's research. He helped me perfect my method. What is yours?
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's just theories and first approach. My process is purely experimental and unsuccessful.
As long as you're cautious and methodical, you may remain empty-handed, but you won't fail.
You're not the first one to warn me, but I am convinced knowledge is the main weapon against the ravages of this epidemic.
What made you choose to be a doctor?
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired me. I am honored to have the opportunity to work by your side.
It's always a pleasure to share scientific and medical knowledge with someone eager to learn. I'll be glad to help you if I can.
This epidemic may be the century's most terrible disaster, but I'm convinced that we, as doctors, are the only ones able to defeat it.
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to work with Dr. Swansea. But with your arrival, I can't think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
You seem quite optimistic. It's a rare and precious attitude in these difficult times.
I'm convinced that this epidemic is a test of endurance and dedication for us men of science.
Questions remain about our capacity to resolve the situation.
True. Last summer, during the first wave of the epidemic, I used to joke with Milton about the extra work. We're not smiling now.
Do you need help with anything in particular?
Well, yes, maybe. I'm waiting for a batch of products I ordered for my personal research, yet my supplier seems to have vanished.
Do you want me to play the errand boy for you?
Oh no, Dr. Reed. But if you went personally to his shop, what with your reputation and all, he wouldn't dare to refuse the products I need.
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may pass by if I have time. What do you think of Dr. Ackroyd's aversion to modern medical methods?
It's a shame he's so narrow-minded. Dr. Swansea taught me that science is about exploring uncharted territory. I'm convinced that's true.
With the influenza and all that's going on, you should put your differences aside, don't you think? Why is it so difficult to work together?
I believe that if Dr. Ackroyd had been the one to discover the transfusion process, he would be the first to recommend its use.
So you believe it's just a question of jealousy and pride?
Dr. Ackroyd is as proud as he is blinded by his obsolete concept of medical science.
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him, or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed. Especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality. You must know that a good surgeon must remain neutral.
I agree. But that does not excuse Dr. Ackroyd's behavior. A man who did not even take time to converse with his patient.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with desires, hopes, and fears. Not some biological machine comprised of blood, bones, and flesh.
I mean, both of them.
Do you need my medical attention, dear colleague?
You don't have to worry about me, Dr. Reed.
I am here to assist you, not to be a burden.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Any news about my operation?
Tell me about your injury, Harvey. Why do you feel so guilty about it?
My wife died because of me. And now I may lose everything because I've been careless enough to hurt myself. What an arsehole.
How could your job be responsible for your wife's death?
I was working a double. She went out to bring me a hot meal and got caught in a German bomb raid.
You can't hold yourself responsible for your injury, Mr. Fiddick. Unless you tried to hurt yourself.
Of course I didn't hurt myself. But I can't work until my arm is fixed. My children need to eat, Doctor.
Tell me more about the death of your wife, Harvey.
1915. I was in the army. Building workshops for the Royal Flying Corps. Helen was happy I wasn't sent to the front.
What happened?
The Germans sent Zeppelins to bomb the construction site, but they missed their target. My wife was bringing my dinner when the bombs fell.
I'm sorry for your loss. So many died during the bombings. I served in France and witnessed the carnage there.
I would like to say that she didn't suffer. Truth is, I have no idea. I just know that I'm all that me kids have. Poor little bleeders.
How are your children after losing their mother?
They were smaller then. The only good thing about this is my Helen didn't bring them with her that night.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
Reads me like a book. I'm never gonna keep anything.
Spoken with them.
With you at our side, Dr. Reed, I know that Pembroke will prevail and survive this.
Strickland. Accurate.
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
Tell me, Waverly, what do you think of Dr. Strickland's enthusiasm for his experimental research?
Strickland is playing with his patients' lives for pride and glory. Now that, sir, is unethical.
Are you thinking about something in particular?
Harvey Fiddick needs delicate surgery. I believe we should stick to the usual procedure, but my young colleague obviously disagrees.
Why do you wish to lead this surgery?
I strongly believe that Mr. Fiddick should not be butchered to test an unproven procedure.
Other people may say that's too conservative a point of view.
Conservative? And what are you going to say to Mr. Fiddick if he loses his arm because of the operation? Because that's what's going to happen if the surgery is a failure.
And are you not afraid that your rivalry with Strickland may be blinding you?
Rivalry? I guess you could call it that. But I will never be childish enough to let my personal feelings affect my judgment.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
Spoken to Dorothy, spoken to the Goswoods, spoken to Harvey. Let us speak.
Thelma Howcroft said she was being watched by vampire hunters. Where are they hiding? I should investigate.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Always a pleasure to meet a colleague, sir. Especially when he was supposedly dead.
A colleague? Are you a doctor too?
Not anymore, sir. I used to be Dr. Rakesh Jadana. Now, I'm just Mr. Jadana, pawnbroker and humble guardian of this morgue.
What do you mean, you used to be a doctor? Was your license revoked?
No, sir. It is just that I like to be precise. I run a little pawn shop while taking care of the dead. but I used to be a real doctor.
Do you work here alone?
Yes, very easy work, sir. All I have to do is watch a few bodies. The situation was very different when the main morgue was still open.
Why close the hospital's main morgue?
It was for sanitary reasons after the beginning of the epidemic. Cadavers had to be moved to the nearest mass grave.
Why do you have to watch these bodies?
Because these poor fellows have no names. We keep them in case someone comes looking for the missing. Sadly, very rarely happens.
Fair enough.
Are you afraid or uneasy being surrounded by so many corpses?
Why should I? These bodies are empty vessels. Flesh left to decay. Poof. No soul anymore. All gone.
An interesting point of view. And quite an exotic one, too. Most people fear, or at least have a respect, for dead flesh.
Sir, as a medic during the war, I learned to face my death and the death of others. It's the pain we have to tame, not death itself.
Rakesh is not afraid of death since he has served as a medic.
How did you get this job?
After I left the army, I worked as an undertaker down by the docks. A dangerous place with many an unpleasant business there. Milton Hooks helped me get a job here.
Good to know.
Have we met before?
I don't think so, sir. Why?
When we first talked, you said you were glad to meet me since I was reported dead.
Funny story, sir. Your sister came here a few nights ago. You were missing, and she was looking for your body. She must be very relieved now.
A pawnbroker? I expect you get all types of people here.
Yes, sir. All kind of people. For I sell all kind of goods.
Who comes here to trade with you? It's very unhygienic, even unsafe. Diseases can spread. For the customers, for the hospital.
I'm very cautious, sir. I've been a doctor, remember? And all my clients are good people. In fact, I think I only know good people.
What kind of goods?
With the quarantine, it's not always easy to buy things. So I trade, I exchange. Some people sell, some others buy. I like to help.
I mean, that is fair.
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death, Rakesh?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless.
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
I don't think so. Don't mistake me. I love life, and I'd like to live a long life. But everything has to decay, sir. Even goodwill.
Do you really believe goodwill cannot last?
As I said, sir, everything decays. If I was to never die, goodness, I would be bored or worse. And I like to be helpful, sir.
Quite depressing, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but the good news is we'll all die before losing our humanity, sir.
I mean, he's not wrong in the case of vampires.
So you're ready to die?
No, I am not. I don't fear death, for I won't see it. What troubles me is the pain my death will inflict to those I know.
You're a wise man, Mr. Chidana.
No, Dr. Reed. I am a foolish man. But I like to think otherwise.
And here, ladies and gentlemen, is the smartest individual in the game.
Do you need medical attention?
I'm feeling all right, Doctor. But perhaps it is because I, too, am used to the smell of the dead.
As you go.
Goodbye, Mr. Chidana.
Yep.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
Please show me what you have to sell.
Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
Let's see. An enigmatic bowl. Opium and codeine. Oh, he sells bullets. Oh no, that's my inventory.
It's locked. I cannot enter.
Let's see. Mortimer has fatigue, and I'm just down to 2 people left. One of them would be... the ambulance driver, who I think would be up front. Little Tommy Fiddick.
It is the last thing our patients need.
Good evening, nurse. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed, the new surgeon here at the Pembroke.
Dr. Swansea has already told us about you, sir. I'm Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan. Welcome to the Pembroke Hospital.
Did he really? It's a good thing I wasn't hoping to keep a low profile.
All members of staff have already read about your new blood transfusion technique. Dr. Swansea made sure of that.
I see. Well, I'm a little surprised, but I suppose I'll just have to deal with this unexpected notoriety.
You must know, blood transfusions are Dr. Swansea's primary subject of research. He is convinced it is the future.
How are things here?
Not good, to say the least. We're struggling against an invisible enemy, more lethal than any bullet from a gun. It's hard, Doctor.
An invisible enemy? Quite a poetic term for a disease, especially from a nurse.
Sorry, Doctor. These last few weeks have been exhausting. We could all do with a good night's sleep.
Do you think this hospital can survive the epidemic?
We are all volunteers here, and we're trying to hold fast, but how do we beat an invisible killer? Some nurses have already resigned.
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet. Perhaps you could help me.
Brilliant professionals, most of them. Dr. Swansea has a gift for recruiting talent.
Most of them. Is there a problem I should know about, nurse?
It would be inappropriate for me to speak ill of a colleague.
Is there anyone that stands out?
Well, I have never met someone as dedicated as Dr. Tippets. He should be a standard for us all here. If only he were younger.
Why should his age be a problem?
I guess it's fair to say he's always pushing himself to the limits. He just doesn't know when to stop and get some rest.
I mean, most people are like that. Rotan is exhausting himself and refusing to stop working.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please tell me. Anything you say will be held in confidence.
No. I may disagree with some conduct, but in the end, everybody is doing their best.
Why does Dr. Tippets claim you're the main reason he keeps working, despite his fatigue?
If it wasn't for him, I probably would have left the Pembroke years ago.
Dr. Tippets does not think of you as just a nurse anymore, does he?
If you're suggesting he's not taking my gender into consideration when it comes to medical practice and knowledge, I really hope he doesn't.
How'd you do?
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
And see you later? Let's see. Is there anybody else up front? Milton Hooks has finally showed up.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm new here.
I've already heard about you, Dr. Reed. I'm Milton Hooks, the ambulance driver for this shithole of a hospital.
That's quite a blunt introduction, Mr. Hooks.
You can call me Milton. I like to speak my mind, Dr. Reed. Perk of the job. Don't judge me, and I won't judge you.
I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used as a surgical instrument.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during the war, and have carried one ever since. Old habits die hard.
No need to explain, Dr. Reed. And if you ever need a better gun, remember, I may have something for you.
Alright.
How is the situation around here?
You want to hear the situation is alright? It's fucking awful. We
Good
lack
enough.
everything, and it's getting worse every day.
So what do you do exactly in this hospital? Apart from smuggling guns, I mean.
I've been an ambulance driver since... too long, I guess. I bring sick people here night and day. It's a dirty job, but I get it done. Most of the time.
Since you're on the front line, how is the sanitary situation in this vicinity?
It's a complete disaster. It's even getting dangerous to enter some streets or buildings. Even the locals attack you.
It sounds like things have been a bit rough recently. What's happened?
Yesterday I got attacked by the patient I was bringing here. I escaped through the hospital's garden, but I lost my wallet when I was running.
You left an infected patient outside the hospital. That's incredibly dangerous.
Go there yourself if you want, but be careful, Doctor. I'd rather not bring your dead body back.
As you do.
Are you really smuggling weapons through the hospital?
And why not? I've already been attacked by patients, you know. And by gang members willing to steal my money.
But you're not defending yourself. You're selling guns to civilians.
You keep people alive your own way, Doctor. I offer them another way to protect their health.
I believe your way of protecting people, good Sir Milton, is expanding the business.
Why do you have such a mediocre reputation among your colleagues, Milton?
Fuck them. Nobody knows the horrors I've seen since working here. This city was sick long before the epidemic, Dr. Reed.
I know it's a difficult task, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not the job you are paid to do?
I've seen babies left to die while their brothers were properly fed. Underage girls and boys sold to all manner of perverts.
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, exactly. We lack words. So excuse me if I don't look on the bright side of life.
Perfectly reasonable.
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
Let's see. We have Milton's shotgun. And a bunch of scrap. Thank you for time. Ah, don't know you yet. Oh, you're the one behind the locked door, aren't you? Yes, yes you are.
It's locked.
Yep. Anything shiny and yellow? Yes. Small bottles. Yep, shiny things. Grease, screw. Public notice. Prevent the Spanish influenza. Cover each cough and sneeze with a handkerchief. Walk to work. Do not spit. Drink from your own cup. Avoid crowds. If taken ill, go to bed and send for a doctor. To make a mask, take a piece of ordinary cheesecloth 8 by 16 inches, fold it and make an 8 by 8 inches. Next, Fold it and make it 8 by 4 inches. The cords about 10 inches long at each corner. Apply over mouth and nose as shown in the picture. Issued by LLC Board of Health. Like what? Scan. Quarantine zone. Quarantine. Keep out of this area. The order of Board of Health. Let's see. Sure. Small bag of junk. My inventory. Oh, samples and ingredients. Needs to be analyzed, so I need to do that at in the garden, missing ingredients, and one. Okay. Some individual up here. Yep, something just loaded in. Lead rod, lead plate. Watch, shillings. Yep, that's why I'm not dodging. I mean, you're not wrong. Yes. dead, Jim. October 25th. From the Guard Priwen Command Post. East End Patrols. Object Vampire Activity. Hospital Survey Investigate. 3 days ago, one of our new recruits heard rumor about the presence of a female vampire hiding in the Pembroke Hospital. London East End. All we have is her first name, Thelma. Your mission is to discreetly go in there and observe any suspicious activity concerning said leech. Then report directly back to us, and we will decide what action should be taken. You're dead, Jim. I think that should be everything for now. Now I know that I can come back up here every time I rest to take care of those two. Let's see. Wrong target has me wanting to go over there. Let's see. Let's track this one for now. Because this one is still near the hospital. Perk. And something just loaded. Let's just see. I see.
Scowl voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody.
Works for me. Finding lost wallet in the garden. I'm expecting a prompt somewhere. I have a bit in the distance too, don't worry. Works for me. Stick. More skull. Yeah, dummy. If you're going to bite someone, do it properly. Glorious. This bitch. Photography in a wallet. A photograph of a smiling and loving couple with a few words written on the back. Milton and Pippa forever.
So, Mr. Hooks and Nurse Hawkins are an item. Those two have hidden their affections well.
So the skull are coming in through back here.
I cannot enter.
Oh, where am I? Let's see. That one is down by the docks, which actually isn't too bad. Hideout there. Hideout here in the western docks. That's a custom marker. Oh, no. Move. There we go. Oops, apparently a hideout in West Chapel, or Whitechapel. Well, we'll do this one again. We've been down here. Selma. Let's see. Mortimer. Still don't know who she is. Ah, there we go.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
I have some good news, Milton.
What? The epidemic's over?
I retrieved your wallet with all the money and a certain picture.
Well, yeah, Pippa Hawkins is my girl. So what? Is it the difference of skin colour that bothers you?
Not at all, Milton.
Good. Please, take this money anyway. To remind you to keep your mouth shut. Not everybody is as broad-minded as you, Dr. Reed.
What's going on between you and Nurse Hawkins?
Pippa's tired. Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those corpses piling up.
Fair enough.
She's as depressed as I am.
During the war, I witnessed a few couples just like you come together in difficult circumstances. It can be very damaging.
Maybe you're right. But we support each other. And that's all that matters.
You do realize you could both get fired. Hospital staff are not meant to have intimate relationships with one another.
Come on, Dr. Reed. Do you know how many rules are broken in this hospital every day just to keep it running? There's nothing wrong with what we're doing.
Fair enough.
Do you need any medical help, Milton?
I'm fine, Doc. Physically, at least. But I would give everything to be in a better place right now.
Alright.
Goodbye, Milton.
Where did Pip go? When... Alright, I need to talk to Dr. Tippets.
Good evening, Dr. Tippets.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should think about preserving your strength.
No. We must keep on healing all those poor souls. We are the last rampart before chaos. Once more unto the breach.
Nurse Brannigan is worried about you, Doctor.
She should not have told you that. I will have a word with her.
You don't have to blame her for her honesty.
I'm not that kind of man, my dear Jonathan. Actually, Nurse Brannigan's opinion is the only one I may listen to.
There we go.
Do you need any medical assistance yourself, Doctor?
Come on, don't be ridiculous, dear colleague.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippets.
There we go. That's her.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Goodbye, Nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Tibbets, Crane. Here we go. This one.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Pepper, I know you're very close to Milton Hooks.
Yes, Milton Hooks is my man. If you want to report me for that, just feel free, Doctor.
I have no intention of reporting you, Nurse Hawkins, but are you aware of the risks?
The rules say I won't be allowed to work as a nurse anymore. But here at the Pembroke, we break rules all the time.
Is he worth the risk?
Hey, I'm no perfect woman, and Milton is not the finest bloke, but we do our best to get by. That's all any of us can hope for nowadays.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Is it Miss Green?
What can I do for you, Doctor?
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
Let's see. I want you. No, I don't. Oh, there's a third one. I just can't get there at the moment. Alright.
Not now.
Alright. Meeting.
It's locked, all right.
It appears to be. Look at it. Tax law. I'm not sure what I just picked. Okay. Theodore Elwood's medical file. Male, age 28. Followed by Dr. Tippett, status convalescent. Date of administration, September 16th. Date of release to be determined. Oh, this is him. The patient's face has been heavily burned and disfigured by a bomb during the war. Even with the use of the strongest sedatives, he affirms to regularly endure severe pain from the wounds, as if the flames are still burning under the skin, he says. Examination of the categorized tissue shows no trace of inflammation, infections, or swelling. Scars are clean. Could it be the cause of persistent nerve damage? The patient never ceases to blame himself for his disfiguration. Could it be the guilt of the survivor, phantom pain manifesting as punishment for not dying with his comrades? I can go talk with Elwood again. And I have a bottle of cheap gin to go with it. Very fancy chandelier for a hospital. I mean, in fairness, the entire building is fairly fancy.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Why do you feel responsible for the injury, Thomas? What really happened?
I wasn't disfigured by any German shells. It happened during my leave. It was an accident.
Why lie about it?
Come on. It's one thing to come back disfigured by the Germans, and it's another to get injured in an accident that could have happened to anybody.
Reconstructive surgery has been very successful for some soldiers.
I don't want to wear a bloody mask for the rest of my life. I'd rather stay here and just be forgotten.
Tell me what really happened then.
I went with a whore in Rouen. Dead drunk I was. The hotel was a shithole. There was a fire that night.
Did you start the fire? Were you trying to avoid going back to the front? That's not uncommon, you know.
No. It's just that I was asleep when the flames reached the room. The girl was long gone. Bitch never woke me up. Left me to burn.
Why lie about it?
Come on. It's one thing to come back disfigured by the Germans, and it's another to get injured in an accident that could have happened to anybody.
Reconstructive surgery has been very successful.
I don't want to wear a bloody
Soldier, do you need assistance?
I'm fine. Just do something for this pain, will you? That's all I'm asking.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
This must be the place. It's definitely away from prying eyes. Relegated to the shadows. A kingdom of my own. At least I won't be sleeping in a coffin.
Now let's see. Alright. Good. Human 50. Q9. Ferrous tetrate. Sodium hypochondriac solution. Light regeneration set. Regenerate 300 hit points instantly, then 150 for 15 seconds. Let's see. Tiny common nanobots. Let's see. 65, full time, 65. Triggers, spring. Common triggers, spring. Firepower, improved velocity.
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than the sun is about to rise. I can feel it. I'll continue tomorrow night.
It is a rare opportunity and almost a privilege to approach a vampire. I observe their most intriguing physical and psychological traits with scientific and rational eye. Here are some of the most fascinating abilities I've personally observed over the last 10 years while interviewing a few vampires, or Econ, as they prefer to call themselves. Supernatural speed. The vampire can act or move like a mortal in all his actions, but the trained eye will spot that they have the keenest senses and can read quicker than any mortal. On a few occasions, alarm, surprise, grief, necessity to flee. I have seen a vampire move so quickly it is almost as if they have vanished just to reappear somewhere else. The human eye cannot follow their movements when they act so quickly. But it is not a teleport or dematerialization. It is only supernatural speed. For me, it is a cat-like attribute which allows them to run, dodge, or jump longer and faster than us. I also notice that such speed seems to exhaust them, and that they are bound to physical limitations. Mesmerism. One of the most powerful abilities a vampire can deploy is the capacity to force a mortal to obey him. I call this trait mesmerism, but it has nothing to do with the mortal ability to alter a subject's mental state. A vampire can bend mortals to their will, and they can even break their mind. A vampire interview even told me the more a subject tries to resist, the more permanent the damage will be, as if the vampire could literally fracture the target's psyche. The same vampire explained to me that this ability requires time to master, and that the result could vary widely from one subject to another. Implant a false memory, or erase a painful one. The possibilities are endless and frightening. Blood awareness. This may be the most catastrophic ability of all. Concerning vampires, since the cause of so many tragedies for them and us, vampires crave for blood. They must use their will to restrain themselves from frenzied drinking every drop of blood they can see. They need blood to function and express their full supernatural traits. A famished vampire can be very weak, even if he cannot die of hunger or thirst. This urge is need for blood may explain why vampire is so aroused by it. A vampire confessed to me that blood could sometimes blind him, since its smell and attractiveness can be so strong. When he focuses, a vampire can almost see blood all around him, inside warm bodies, through walls, and supposedly clean weapons, etc. The same vampire even told me that he can see as if a mortal has clean blood or is ill, and that, in some cases, he can even sense diseases, infected clothes, or even items in a room. If this is true, it could have so many medical applications, it almost begs to believe. Ooh.
I have so much time now.
Dragon Bane. And suddenly loading screen.
This door, oh shit, it's the loading screen.
Hello, what's in the closet? A loading screen. Oh no!
This game, I expect skeletons, now I just found a loading screen. That's worse.
The scariest thing in a game, a loading screen. And once again, I'm leaving on a jet plane. we are actually going to take this quick moment to pause the video, pause the stream, grab a drink, grab a little bit of food, and we will be right back. Sorry about the wait, folks. We have returned. Possibly. Maybe. I don't know yet.
I think
However, I have meat, cheese, cinnamon bun, and a bit of juice. I think I prefer this. $75. The bargain. $54 damage. Name the Barker because the noise it produces when fired, and the shape of its large muzzle. This pistol was conceived, crafted, and held by Carl Eldritch, second leader of the Guard of Predwin. Heavy, not very accurate, and supplied with customized magazine, it is a gun designed to quickly make many big holes in the target. Carl Eldritch asked to be buried with his gun, so as to be able to shoot himself in case a vampire would trick him by somehow offering him the poisonous gift of immortality. However, the gun was mysteriously stolen before the funeral, never to be seen again. Dragonbane. Ancient sword with the Latin phrase engraved on the blade. It has been forged in Wales during the 6th century and belonged to Paulus Arenalius, founder of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Storm. Legend says he had this blade forged before he chose the path of exile and left England with his people. Dragonbane has been passed to each new primate of the Brotherhood and may have been used in secret ceremonies when a primate was sent on a path of war to defeat a hostile creature. The sacred sword was supposedly lost during the schism between the Brotherhood and the god of Prion in the middle of the 19th century. It seems a few copies may have been made, but this is the true and original Dragonblade. Well, let's have a look at it. There's a shelf there. Yours. Let's see. Level 2 sword. Ooh. Swords, blood, when the weapon hits. I mean, that seems more vampiric weapon than anything else. Stamina consumption. I mean, yeah. If I get it all the way up to level 5, I'm definitely going to make it easier to swing. Works for me. Tiny common handlebar. Increase damage inflicted when biting and poke. Yes, please. Use blood to upgrade your pouch. What? Glorious. The following night.
If I'm to stay here until my research is complete, I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. But what about my thirst for blood?
I not want to make weight, Doctor. My patience. Come on, I don't have all night.
Hello.
Yes, Nurse Crane? How can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I know Dr. Swansea wanted you to rest, but we have somewhat of a crisis.
Oh.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted. I was hoping there was another box up here, but...
What type of hospital are you running? No antiseptics?
You have been away too long, Doctor. With the war and now this epidemic, supplies have been running scarce for months now.
I may have a solution. In France, during the war, drugs shortage was a daily problem, and we had to use our wits to overcome the shortages.
However do you mean?
If combined correctly, certain household chemical products can be used in a pinch instead. Now, where's the hospital storeroom?
The storeroom? Fat chance. This is the Pembroke, and space is luxury we don't have. Everything used to be stored in the old morgue.
Perhaps I should look there first. Where is this morgue?
It's the large building behind the hospital. You'll need to go in the back door because it's been sealed off for sanitary reasons. Take this key. It opens a small back entrance at the end of a narrow street.
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. A small door at the end of a narrow street. On my way then. Thank you, nurse.
Yes, Doctor?
Exactly how bad is the supply situation here at Pembroke?
It really depends. Dr. Swansea deftly works his society contacts for monies, but with the quarantine, well, we're in God's hands.
Why then do you always work the nights? Don't you ever sleep?
At the Pembroke, we're always hands on deck.
Lack of sleep and the medical profession always ends in disaster. I've witnessed many a colleague succumb to stimulants to fight exhaustion. Drugs were as deadly as bullets in the trenches.
London's trenches start here at Pembroke Hospital. We are on the front line, make no mistake.
Your dedication to the Pembroke does you credit, Nurse Crane, but when do you sleep?
We staff get our sleep when we can, Doctor. Nursing is a vocation, not the labor of a journeyman.
That's all for now, Nurse Crane, thank you.
Do not heed the nice nurse. She is a lovely lady. She doesn't deserve it. One of the other ones maybe just deserve a little more, but still. Ooh, excuse me. What do I need for? Fatigue, fatigue. There will be one more with fatigue.
I understand you must be very angry about this unfair situation. I managed to arrange to have you buried in the same mass grave as your wife. I hope that might help.
I cannot enter.
Yep.
It's locked, all right.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death, Rakesh?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless.
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
I don't think so. Don't mistake me. I love life, and I'd like to live a long life. But everything has to decay, sir.
Ooh.
Even goodwill.
Bear with me just a second, folks. I just had my stream view absolutely explode. There we go. And it's fixed.
Goodbye, Mr. Chidok.
Right, I needed to trade with him. The game did not like that.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
Please show me what you have to sell.
Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
Coolie. Oh, that can be recycled. Alright. Let's go back up now. So. Ooh, piece of candy.
It's locked.
Details. Hello, sir. How are things in the big city? In Burm, they are not so good. It seems the flu is here again, and we have many new cases of infection. In the neighborhood. You remember Miss Scheller, the old drinking hag from the third floor? She passed away 2 days ago, and her flat is already occupied again. You would have to pay me a huge amount of money to sleep in the bed in which a woman died of the flu just a few hours ago. Sorry, I did not take time to quickly answer your last letter. Between taking care of little Paul, Mom and Dad, and my job at the factory, I rarely find time to write my favorite sister. By the way, my son says hello to his Auntie Pippa. You should see the little bugger. Already driving me mad. My mom says you bring back some of those marvelous cakes the next time you come back home. In your last letter, you told me that you thought about quitting your job at the Pembroke Hospital. I have to tell you, Pip, you better think twice. There are always jobs at the factory, but wages are shit, and it's boring as a day without a shag. I have a new fiancée, and no, I'm no slut, but you will bitch you. So if you really want to quit and do something more useful than counting the dead every morning, maybe you better stay in London and join the band you told me about. The God of Privin or something like that. Never heard of them, but if they're like you said, some sort of civil militia trying to make a difference, then maybe it's a good choice for you. Just be sure to let the others go in front. That's how my poor Billy got killed in France, by leading too many patrols. Bloody war. Anyways, come back as soon as you can and give me all the good news before that. I am your affectionate sister, Lucy, Paula, Mom and Dad.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Yeah, let's see. Spring screw grease. Now lift. I need quinine and sodium hypochlorite solution.
I'm sorry you ended up on my plane aboard the medical bench, sir. I understand you. I reached arranged to have you buried in the same mass grave as your wife. I hope that might help.
I see. Aggravated damage cannot be healed passively. Good to know. Ah yes, loading. Ah. Class files, always useful. Very close.
Since it's loading
Yes.
Oh no, it's the post ground.
So there's not any over there. Well, good to know. And back into the breach. Some ingredients are hard to get. Good to know. Handful of coin. Not just go upstairs.
Balls of Mars. Fortifiers. As popular as they are ineffective. But they do contain iron tartrate, and that might prove itself useful. Behavior is similar to the infected William Bishop. Must be the same strain. This sickness moves faster than influenza.
There we go. So red case.
It's locked, all right. I cannot enter.
Key upstairs. I missed something, I think. Yes. Yeah. I mean, I can still hear them. I also killed the ghoul up here, so.
This key will surely grant me access to the basement.
Uh-oh. Yep. Oh good, now they're dropping useful stuff. Oh, there's more upstairs. Mortuary rich blood sample. Dinle bicho.
These skulls feed from corpses and the husks of animals. They're not after blood.
I know there's one down there now. A new citizen investigation is available. Press back to open the local investigation. Citizen investigations are displayed here, categorized by districts. Alright. How do they fall? Office of Pembroke Hospital, Medical Examiner, Report of Investigation. Decedent, Samuel Conyer, race Cockanoid, sex male, age 39, home address unknown, occupation fisherman, type of death natural, probable cause, fast progressing pneumonia by virus, introduced pulmonary consideration, Spanish influenza, examination attendees, Dr. Tippett, Nurse Bragan, name and signature of medical examiner.
Mr. Connor's injuries don't match the report. I'd better look into this.
Hello, Zoid. Just requires a new type of offhand weapon. Equip it and press Y to directly absorb blood. Yeah. interesting.
These Skulls can be so ferocious. I'm not sure I can defeat them without becoming stronger. To drink blood is so tempting.
Sodium hypochlorite. Dangerous to administer, but efficient in the proper dosage.
Yes. Another enigmatic formula. Always useful. Thing. Let's see. Load up components to craft a medicine treatment for fatigue. Analyze your movements. Yeah, let's see. That one is light bloodstone. Add 60 blood points instantly. Cheap gin. Small bottle. First tetrate, which I need. No wait, no. Sodium hydrochloride. Yeah. I hear more here. Not quite that slow. More sodium hydrochloride. Exactly what I needed. There's tetrate, quinine. I would like that blood back, thank you. Upstairs, so I want to go outside. If I can remember where outside is.
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
Still locked. Shame. What were they doing? Oh right, I'm up a level too high. Drink. I had a half brain for a second. Oh, this one should bring me right outside. And on to the loading screen.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Pepper, are you sure you want to leave this hospital?
To become a nurse was a little girl's dream. But in the end, I don't feel that useful. I want more. I want to make things change.
You should be proud of what you've achieved. This hospital represents hope for many people in need of help.
Maybe you're right. But at the moment, I feel like we're just a cemetery waiting room.
What steps are you prepared to take to feel more useful?
I don't know yet. My sister believes that the real fight is in the streets nowadays. Maybe she's right. Maybe this is what I must do.
If you feel that saving lives is not useful enough, perhaps it means that you've lost faith.
On the contrary, my faith has never been stronger. Maybe we are all just too proud to face up to the fact that science cannot compete with God.
And what about Milton Hooks? Does he share your point of view?
For Milton, any change means more comfort and more peace. I disagree.
Really?
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Waverly. She's usually over in this section somewhere, isn't she? There we go.
Finally, you've returned, Doctor. Did you find anything of value?
Yes, Nurse.
You've worked your first miracle, Doctor. Now, this patient here needs immediate treatment.
Duty calls. When the storm has passed, I'll show you how to mix the remedy yourself with the same basic ingredients.
Many thanks, Doctor. When you've finished, you ought to report to Dr. Swansea in his office. He's been looking for you. Seemed pressing.
Resident. Diseases decrease the blood quality of a citizen. Here's correct medicine to heal them. Speak to the patient in the room behind Dorothy to check the medical status.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Press right bumper to check the medical status of citizen. Healing a citizen will increase their blood quality and will reward you with XP. The health status to a district will also improve.
Why did your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me. She won't rest while I'm here. She'd go all the way to hell and back to help me.
Pembroke Hospital may look unorthodox, but rest assured you're in good hands here.
It's not me you have to convince, Dr. Reed. It's my mother.
Is your mother bothering you? As your doctor, I can ask her to leave you alone if you would prefer.
That's tempting, Doctor. But you have no idea what my mother is capable of. She would tie herself to my bed if you asked her to leave.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
You are not a burden, sir. Healing you is my responsibility.
And you have my gratitude for that.
Why did your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me. She won't rest while I'm here. She'd go all the way to hell and back to help me.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to
So he should be better by the next time I'm asleep.
Doctor.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
I'm alright.
There we go. Her.
Waste your time with me.
Hello, doll. Make me a sandwich. Let's see. Mortimer's recovering. We might have enough to. Drink blood for massive amounts of XP. No. Hello. Let's produce another fatigue if I can. Oh, hey. I can just jaunt my ass up here now. Do I have what's the 1, 2. That should do it. I believe the other gentleman is still in the sewer, unfortunately. Let's see. Thomas. Sean. Don't know who she is. Pippa. Nothing. Yeah.
Good evening, Dr. Tippins.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
Goodbye, Dr. Tippins.
Alright, not you.
Mistress of the dark.
There she is.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Goodbye, Nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Huh. What am I supposed to do for this one? Suppose Yes, that'll be in the morgue. Ah, there it is.
Good evening, Mr. Cox.
Dr. Reed. Still working at night, I see. I like that.
And why is that?
People who don't sleep at night always seem more alive to me. More interesting, one way or another.
Do you ever think about that poor fellow I saw you push in the water?
The wound he gave me will make sure I don't forget him. Still fucking hurts. Boss should cut me good.
What did he want? Revenge?
I recently had to kill his brother. Poor arsehole thought it would be easy to return the favour.
Only the strongest survive, then? Survival at all costs. Is that all you think about?
I'm the toughest bastard you'll ever meet, Dr. Reed. And I don't give a fuck what you think of me.
That man was determined to murder you. You almost died.
What a surprise. The first time I met him, he nearly shit himself. Fucking coward. I guess revenge gives you balls.
How is your hospitalization going, Mr. Cox?
This is a shitty place with shitty staff. As long as I'm treated all right, I'll be fine.
What's wrong with the Pembroke staff?
That bastard you sent to bring me here, Milton. I thought he was going to break all my bones before I reached my bed.
I see. Any other smart comments?
The nurses aren't too ugly. Especially that foxy one, Nurse Crane. Pretty brunette, tough attitude, oh, I like that.
What's wrong with the hospital?
Come on, Dr. Reed. The place is a dump. Smelly, sad, and dirty.
But you're alive thanks to the efforts and dedication of the staff here, aren't you?
What are you expecting, a medal? I thought that saving lives was just part of the job. Must be an unsatisfactory profession at this time, I'm sure.
Right.
How long do you think you can escape the law, Clay?
I know this city like the back of my hand, Doc. I know its streets, who to pay, who to avoid, and who to bully. I won't get caught.
We can't escape the consequences of our actions. The past catches up with us in the end.
I ain't afraid of death. I don't hide who I am. I live my life honestly, which is more than I can say for most folks.
And who are you, then?
I'm the leader of the Wet Boot Boys. One day, I'll leave this shitty place and punch in the face all who thought I would not come back.
Clay intends to remain a gang leader after his recovery.
You're lucky to be alive, Mr. Cox. I hope you're starting to take better care of yourself.
This place is full of sickness and decay. How could I get better in such a dump?
Consider yourself lucky that I'm treating all of my patients equally. But don't push your luck.
Don't play the innocent with me. I'm sure you have good reasons to act this way. And also weaknesses that can be exploited.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
Alright, so that's 2. Recovery, fortunately. I haven't met these two. Both male by looks. A little bit of loading jitters. Right, so that'll bring me down to the docks eventually. Well, I want to finish off the morgue quest. It'll be behind it then. There we go. Is it over here? I suppose it is. Ah, I'm behind the building, that's my problem. Alright. Once more into the reach. The old morgue. Status healthy. Can't imagine why. Downstairs? They are downstairs. Maybe showing you everyone downstairs. Okay, so no matter what I do, I'm going to have two to fight in here. He's in the next room. Right about the jump. Oops. Go. Watching that. Two of them. Excuse me. Not possible. Yep, in the corner. Of course it kills me in the corner. Hell. Okay, so it's reloading me to re-entry the hospital. Where am I? There's level 10, there's level 9. That starts me with no blood. And I couldn't dodge out of the way in time. Let's see if we can go 3 for 3. Yeah. Yeah. I can take them. I can't take them 5 at a time, but I can take them up to 3 at a time. Excuse me. Excuse me. Come. Come on. There we go. There we go. I'm not sure. I mean, I keep my experience list. That individual over there. And that's why I wasn't doing that. So, I'm in the corner. There we go. I did not hit it quick fast enough. There we go. What am I stuck on? Yeah. Animation locking sucks. Much rather hit the level 10 first and then switch over to the level 9. Especially if I can get the stun off. There we go. I was nowhere near that, thank you. Oop. And pull. Oh, that time you dropped something. Goody. There we go. Nope, that's 2 of 5. You're still there, you're both in there. As long as I don't butcher this. Which I just butchered that. Let's go to the end of the hall here. we go. Not enough time. Nice. Yep. Uh-oh. There we go. And that should be fully. Yeah. Whoops. Apparently, I missed a bunch of slots last time. Let's see. Here there, it's all refilled since.
Traces of a pinkish foam at the corner of the lips. Some sort of drug overdose, perhaps? Multiple abrasions and scarring on the arms and legs. Old and distinctive injuries of a sailor or a fisherman. The chest was originally opened to perform the operation. The sutures are clean, but the chest has been reopened. A puncture over the left lung, possibly a chest tube insertion. Not the cleanest work, but I think it was successful. Signs of internal bleeding. So, Dr. Tippett's anesthetics were incorrectly dosed, causing the patient's death. And then, he tried to operate on him again. Tippett has made an egregious error. It's time we talked.
Terribly unfortunate.
It's locked.
Ah. There's another blinker, okay. Ooh, thing. Piece of candy. Time to leave. We're leaving. This is a still place. we go. And more things that I need for fatigue. Let's see. There's at least one more that has the fatigue. Let's see. No recovering. You have fatigue, so you need to be healed. Huh. Dr. Crane is part of a different group. Let me see. I want to go to... I think the turtle's in the West Docks. Because I think this is the turtle here. I could be wrong in this over here. Could be. That'll do. Custom marker. Over here. So left, straight, right. I believe it is that one. Yes.
Die, vermin!
heal. Bit of chicken nimble. Items. We'll head down this way. There should be nothing down here for me. Except for a rogue skull, apparently. Excuse me, sir. Plate, a fraud. Ooh, organ. A large and beautiful knife with a name engraved on the blade.
This must be Clay Cox's knife. A fine blade. No wonder he wants it back.
That's true. King and country folk, sure, as you do. There we go. So I've gone around back now. So that would be down. Oh, you're level 16. Yep. The guy just got Alakapuki into me. Damn it. Come on, Winter. Oh. Killed him. Dr. Strickland's list. Ordered by Dr. Thoreau Strickland, Pembroke Hospital. List of substances and ingredients. Lacrima patrovis, medical opium. Sodium hypochondrite, potassium permanganate.
Opium is one of the main ingredients of Strickland's medication. Never a good move.
Now let's see. So hang right here. Hang right underneath the rails. I mean, the worst part about that fight is that guy only gave me, what, 50 XP at most? Not even? And this was the correct direction. Excuse me, sir. Oh, you're decently high level. Perfect. That's everything down here, so. Alright. Let us take a moment.
I hope the rumors about Clay are true. Otherwise...
Good evening, sir.
Who the fuck are you? Don't you see I'm busy here?
Dr. Jonathan Reed, that's who I am. And who are you?
Ah, some fancy gentleman we've got here. Clear off. We don't want strangers on our streets.
So you won't tell me your name, then?
The name is Booth Digby. Maybe I'll ask my boys to break one or two of your bones, just so you remember it.
Are you some kind of vigilante patrolling these streets at night?
Something like that, but the police aren't in charge here. We are, see?
So, tell me about your gang, then.
What? Have you got a death wish? You really want me to answer that?
Well, yes. You seem so proud of your status. Why not tell me who you're working for?
Oi! I'm the boss, all right? The Wet Boot Boys work for me. All of them. Situation round here is better than other districts because of us. Because of me.
So you're a concerned criminal, is that it?
Using funny jokes about me and my boys, are you? Fuck. You must have some balls.
I saw many men like you during the war, Mr. Digby. Greedy little cockroaches who feed on despair.
I could kill you for saying that. But, nah. You've been a soldier. I can respect that.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
Things ain't that bad, thanks to us. We give people what they need, and we control this borough.
Well, you're not doing a very good job. People are still dying here like everywhere else.
Yeah, well, we can't be everywhere all the time. And Edwina says if we can find more guns, we could be more efficient.
More efficient? Really? You should probably tell Edwina that guns are useless against diseases and infections.
Incredible. You know what? You're lucky she can't hear you right now. She's more smart than patient. My sweet queen of the docks.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby. Good evening, miss. I am Dr. Reed. May I ask you a few questions?
Who are you? What do you want?
As I just told you, I'm a doctor. From the Pembroke Hospital, actually.
The Pembroke Hospital, you say? I ain't paying any bill left by Clay.
I'm not here to collect payment, Miss...
Miss Edwina Cox. So what do you want then? Fancy buying something from me, maybe?
What can you tell me about your work?
I'm a businesswoman. I buy and sell things, and I send my wet boot boys after anyone who don't play nice with me.
Gang member and shopkeeper. Can't be easy running double shifts.
If you're interested, I may find use of a doctor who can freely walk across the city, you know.
You're quite blunt, aren't you?
I like people who know what they want and say what they think. This is a time of great opportunity for those ready to embrace their destiny.
I'm not interested in a career in the criminal underworld, Miss Cox.
Fair enough. Stay away from us then, if you don't want to get hurt or worse.
Since my return from the war, I don't feel that concerned by threats, knives, or even bullets, if you must know.
That's exactly what that stupid trade unionist claimed after he attacked one of us. Booth and I reminded him a bullet beats words every time.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
You can't trust anyone around here. As soon as you lower your guard, you can be sure some arsehole will take advantage of you.
Really? Don't you think that's a little bit excessive?
Bastards, all of them. This region only responds to violence and threats.
Sorry about that, had to mute the mic a moment. Edwina and Booth Digby have recently killed a man in retaliation. Edwina may be in love with Booth Digby, but she is the true leader of the gang. Which is the same for Digby.
You sound like you're thinking of somebody in particular.
Take the Gravediggers of Southwark. They must pay me every week, but it looks like they forgot who gave them permission to steal from the dead.
Looting corpses in a mass grave. That is a new low.
Whatever. Hey, since you're a doctor and all, maybe you can access that forbidden area and remind those bastards what they owe.
Ghoul diggers.
Tell me about the man you and Booth killed, Edwina.
The bastard killed one of us and received retribution. There's nothing else to say.
What happened exactly?
I don't know, and I don't care. One of ours was killed by that communist bastard, but he didn't brag for long.
So you have no idea what really happened, but you executed him anyway.
No one messes with the Wet Boot Boys, Doctor. This is our territory, and this is our law.
And your conscience is clear. You kill without hesitation.
Violence is an efficient tool, Dr. Reed, when used properly.
So you decide who lives and who dies, just like that.
Yes, Doctor. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm saying it's my way of dealing with troublemakers.
And?
Booth Digby looks at you with love-struck eyes. Tell me, Edwina, is the feeling mutual?
You have no idea how refreshing it can be for a woman to receive all the pleasure she needs. For once.
I'll take your word for it.
What is it, Doctor? A woman's not supposed to talk about these things.
I'm not that easily shocked, Miss Cox. You can speak freely about your lover if you so wish.
The poor bastard is good to me, if you must know. He makes me feel good. And that's a first.
So you're just like any other couple, after all, are you not?
Yeah, we're so ordinary that I'd put a bullet in his head if he ever cheated on me.
I knew that's one way to put it. Edwina suspects Booth may be unfaithful.
Can I see what you have to sell?
As long as you have money, I'll show you all I have.
Alright, I'll take both of these. And both of these. Well, one of those, I suppose.
Pleasure, sir. Been a while since we've seen anything new.
Good evening, sir.
Whatever.
Don't you recognize me? We met a few nights ago.
Don't take it personally. I spent a lot of energy forgetting what I did the night before.
Yes, you had definitely drunk too much then as well. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed.
I'm Dyson Delaney. I'll try to remember you. This time.
Inebriation aside, do you need medical help?
Yes. I feel sicker than usual these days.
Take this, then. And perhaps you could try to slow down the alcohol intake, too.
Hey, Doc, you don't really want me to stop the only remedy I can afford.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Delaney?
I drink. I drink in the morning and at noon. I drink at night. And then I drink some more.
Why do you drink so much?
Maybe it's because I prefer dying slowly. Death can be so abrupt. Personally, I like to see mine coming at my own pace.
You sound very sad, sir.
That's because I am Doc.
Don't you work at all?
I'd love to, but I don't have the time. Didn't I tell you? Drink in the morning and at noon. I drink at night.
Is there anything in particular that you like about this part of town? Except for the cheap drinks, I mean.
How dare you say such a thing? I love this neighborhood. So friendly. So joyful.
No reason at all to rejoice, then. Life is hopeless and then we die, is that it?
Let me tell you a story.
All right. Go on.
A few years ago, when I believed a resolute man could change things around here for good, a tragedy occurred nearby.
What kind of tragedy?
It was a bomb. Bomb that exploded and killed many people. Metal and blood everywhere. Shouts, fire, broken window of the shoe shop, the torn street light.
You lost people you loved that day, didn't you?
I've lost everything. But you know what the worst part is? I don't even remember where it happened. I've drunk so much to forget it. And now I can't remember where it was. I can't pay my homage to the dead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Delaney.
It's okay. If you ever find the place, just leave a flower for me there. Even if you tell me where it is, I'm not sure I'd memorize it.
Is there anything in particular that you like about this part of town? Except for the cheap drinks, I mean.
How dare you say such a thing? I love this neighborhood. So
I mean,
friendly,
it works with him
so
because
joyful.
he's a forgetful drunk.
Why are you so cynical?
Cynicism is the polite way to express despair, Doctor.
Fair enough.
Goodbye.
He's now recovering. And that is everyone.
Mr. Delaney.
So few clients. With the epidemic, no one dares go outside.
Good evening, Tom.
Good evening, sir. How are you tonight? Back to the docks, are we?
You remember me then?
Of course I do. You're that man who seemed so lost when he entered my bar a few nights ago.
Thank you for your hospitality. I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way.
I'm still Tom Watts. Welcome back, Doctor.
How is it you can keep this place open? This part of town doesn't seem particularly safe.
Well, since everybody needs a drink, my pub is considered neutral ground by most groups.
You're something of a figurehead around here.
I'm only pouring alcohol for everyone to forget their troubles. Sean Hampton is the one giving them long-term hope.
I see. So you get pressure from all sides about how this place should be run, do you?
Well, something like that. Nothing that a few wise words and a bottle of gin can't solve.
Since I'm here, is there anything I can do?
Well, perhaps, Doctor. Peace partly depends on my stock of gin. With the epidemic, my supplies are running low.
How could a physician help you in this matter?
I have a small warehouse just past the quarantine line. Perhaps, with you being a doctor, you could go there and come back?
Doctors aren't immune to disease, you know. Very well. Show me where it is. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, thank you, sir. Here's the key to get in. You're about to save many dry throats.
Blood.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
It's not that bad. Thanks to people like the sad saint of the East End.
Who?
Sean Hampton, our own private holy figure. Few are foolish enough to make peace with the gangs. Sean is one of them.
He's doing alright for us.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
Are they stupid or something?
Clients.
I've never
With the
even been to
epidemic, no
India.
one dares go outside.
Evening, miss.
Well, I never. That's a first. Customers who make that much mess rarely come back. Never mind in fancy togs.
I'm much more myself than when we first met. By the way, I'm Jonathan, Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Welcome back to the Turquoise Turtle then, Doctor. I'm Sabrina Cavendish. How can I help you?
What can you tell me about this area?
People don't appreciate that line of questioning round here. You'd best be more careful with what you say, sir.
You look concerned, Miss Cavendish.
This is a bad borough. Most people I know are afraid. Most locals will rob you blind, or worse. You best mind your step.
Sabrina believes the dogs are dangerous and feels unsafe here.
So you and your friends all feel in danger? No exceptions?
Tom's the only exception I've come across until now. But he's not like everybody else.
This place seems, how shall I put it, very colourful. I'm sure it has plenty of stories to tell.
We get people of all sorts here. It's that rare place in the docks where you can have a drink without being murdered. At least it's not happened yet.
So this bar is neutral territory then?
Yeah. Tom's convinced this is something the locals need. No one ever draws a weapon here. That's one of the reasons I accepted the job.
Your boss must be quite the negotiator to force such an agreement.
Yeah. Tom's a great bloke. Mr. Hampton, who runs the night asylum, he's the only other man that's able to keep peace around here.
Goodbye, Miss Cavendish.
I suppose I could ask personal questions. How? Let's see. Really? That's just across the way, and easy enough to get to.
Should have offered a drink to the boy. Be he cursed or not, he's just another lost orphan.
I think that's one over. Oh no, it is over there. Hurt.
I cannot enter.
No, couple of minutes. As you do.
Let's turn around if I were you. Don't come closer, sir. Are you steady, boys? We've got one of them here. What did it fight?
There it is. I occasionally explode fantabulously. I wasn't paying attention to my health, honestly. Hello, cat. There we go. Docks. Which means I'm here. There's a pretty one guy and a pretty one rookie.
Leech spotted! Watch out, boys! Oh, that's gonna smart!
There we go. Gentlemen, one at a time, please. Gentlemen.
We have to stop it!
There we go. There we go. Whoop. There we go. Fizz up.
Tom has so much alcohol, he could keep this district afloat for quite some time.
Yep. Bunch of small conducts. Photography, I guess it would be, yeah, that makes sense. Youth arrested for attempted murder. Last night, a young man named Tom Watts was arrested by the police for attempted murder in the renowned restaurant The Silver Bell on Percival Street. Suspect was spotted in front of the restaurant, pointing a gun at customers for about 1 minute without firing. 2 witnesses promptly reported his behavior. Watts was arrested without incident, but refused to give any explanation for his actions, and only gave his name. His gun was loaded, confirmed by the policeman, who answered our questions. It is likely that Watts will feel the full force of His Majesty's court for this transgression. The young man shall be jailed for a few years at least. Interesting. Not much of an attempt if he didn't actually do anything. Let's see. Is there anything I've missed? No, not really. Alright. Right. Yeah. Right. Shillings. And then back across the water. We will be back in just half a moment.
Welcome back, Doctor. What can I do for you?
You lied to me, Tom. Your warehouse wasn't empty. It was inhabited with armed vigilantes.
I'm sorry, Dr. Reed, but I thought those Prewen guards would be willing to let someone like you pass without trouble.
That was devious of you, Tom. Next time you can bloody well go yourself.
I apologise, Doctor, but it's just that I prefer to avoid the law, its enforcers, and all manner of thugs in uniform.
Here is your booze. I hope it will appease your customers. Just try not to kill anyone with this poison of yours.
Believe me, Doctor, most of my customers are less agreeable when sober.
Why does your waitress feel in danger working on the docks?
This part of town is dangerous for all, but for women it's worse, as always. Sabrina is a brave girl, but she can't help feeling in danger.
Do you think she has good reason to feel this way? Are you not worried about her safety?
Of course I am. The truth is, she's tougher than me deep inside. She just has to learn to control it.
Tell me about your arrest for attempted murder, Tom.
I tried to kill someone. I got arrested. I paid my debt and I have nothing to hide.
So you mean your customers know about your sordid past?
Yeah, why do you think this is the last pub open? I have nothing to hide and I don't judge. That's a relief for many round here.
Do you think prison changed you? Made you a better man?
Oh, I don't know about that. All I brought back is bad memories, scars, and an ugly tattoo of a blue turtle.
But do you feel cleansed of your sins?
All I know is that I'm at peace. I did what I did, but I wouldn't do it again. Does that make me a better man? I don't know.
Why not leave town and start a new life after you got out of jail?
I grew up in the East End. This is where my roots are. This is where I want to help others and die eventually.
Do you think the docks will always be a hive of scum and villainy?
As long as poverty and fear run the show, I don't see how it would change. Misery loves company, as they say.
Don't you feel threatened, staying in such a violent and criminal neighborhood?
I've made peace with my violent past, Dr. Reed. I may not be a pacifist, but I'm not angry anymore.
Attempted murder. Give me some details.
I was given an order to kill. I was an obedient gang member at the time, a proud wet boot boy.
Why did you join the gang?
Because I finally felt useful. Do you have any idea what it means to feel respected when the rest of the world shits on you?
So you were ordered to kill someone. What happened then?
I don't know if you can possibly understand, but I couldn't kill him. I just stood there pointing my gun. Someone saw me. I gave up.
Why couldn't you shoot?
My target was eating in that fancy restaurant with mirrors and music. He was eating, drinking, laughing. He was having such a good time. I hated him for his bottomless appetite and easy life of easy pickings. And then something happened.
You realized what it means to take a life. You feared what it would be like to carry that guilt with you.
Believe me, Doctor, I wasn't scared. I wasn't even afraid to face the wet boot boys after I'd failed.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
Are they stupid or something? I've never even been to India. She's got no idea who she's dealing with.
You again. What do you want?
Tell me about the man you killed, Booth. What happened?
One of us had been killed, so we had to retaliate. That's the whole story.
There has to be more to it than that.
No, really. One of us got killed, so the killer had to die. That's how things have always been done round here. No one gives a shit.
Don't you see it's an endless spiral? One day, it will be you who will be stabbed, or shot, or worse.
That's what my sweet Edwina always says, that one day I'll get it too. But she says it with the most beautiful smile, my Edwina.
Do you know Edwina suspects you to be unfaithful?
Edwina's the one who asked to be called Mrs. Cox, even though Clay hadn't touched her for such a long time.
You have not answered my question.
She's a passionate woman. I've no doubt she'll shoot me down if I ever betray her, but that's not going to happen. I love her as she is.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby.
Cross the least highway vermin!
Now let's see where we're at. Right here, I want to go behind me. It's perfectly fine. Her, she is. Oh, rats. Okay. Burp. So this should be the back of the hospital. Apparently it is. Let's pick up. Ah, there's Dr. Tippett.
Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
Unfortunately, no, friend.
Corcoran, I want you to tell me about Mr. Connor. How did he die? What happened?
He was my patient. He died because of my mistake. That's the blunt truth.
What was the nature of the mistake?
It was a twofold error. My diagnosis was wrong, and the administered dosage was too strong.
Who was this patient?
I don't know. Some sick man from the docks, maybe a fisherman. I had no time to talk with him. No one claimed a body.
Why not stop practicing?
Are you mad? I killed that man, I admit it, and it won't happen again. I have saved so many lives since then.
Fair enough.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
By the looks of it, we're gonna have to end this stream momentarily. Dr. Baggy.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Tell me what Dr. Tippett did. I know his mistake caused a patient's death.
If I had not covered up his error, Dr. Tippett would have been fired from this hospital. I could not let that happen.
You can't allow your emotions to dictate your conduct concerning patients, Nurse Brannigan.
Look around you, Dr. Reed. Do you really think we can afford to lose a brilliant practitioner like Dr. Tippett's in our situation?
I can't say I approve of what you did. But as a field surgeon, I know that some situations require you to bend the rules.
I'm not proud of what I've done, but to contain the epidemic must be our priority, so we can't afford to lose Dr. Tippett.
Let's see. That's the harder they fall.
I've decided that I won't reveal Dr. Tippett's, shall we say, misdemeanor.
I'm so glad you share my point of view. Dr. Tippett is a brilliant practitioner. We most definitely need his know-how.
I hope you're right. This is a huge risk we're taking.
Dr. Tippett must regain his confidence. Please, keep this decision between you and me. He doesn't need to know you found out.
Goodbye, nurse.
Dr. Tippett. Fair enough.
Call me if you need assistance.
$2,000 experience. About the same amount as I would get for eating something. I am enjoying the sudden proliferation of boxes I can loot in the hospital. I saw that.
It's locked, all right.
I have no open. Let's see. sepsis, fatigue, anemia, bronchitis, the cold, and pneumonia. What else do I have? They do make heavy use of this. Yeah, 3 stun should do. Can I upgrade you? I can. I am using this weapon heavily, extensively. So 5. You know what 5 will do? I just need good handling parts for that. I believe doing that causes a reset. Ooh, piece of paper. Dear Jonathan, I asked Nurse Crane to secure an office for you on the 2nd floor. Please forgive the austere decoration, but Pembroke Hospital is not exactly the Ritz. Sorry to let you discover your office alone, but I need to sleep a little before going back to work. I'm just a mere mortal after all. I also gave orders to let you rest, and for the staff to never enter your room. You will be able to sleep all day without being disturbed, and work at night, without raising any suspicion. I'm afraid the place is quite messy, but you'll be able to conduct your experiments here at your own pace. You'll also notice that there is an open window with a scaffolding that will allow you to enter or exit the hospital without being noticed. I imagine how awfully new and disturbing all of this must be for you. Believe me, I have studied enough of your species to understand what you must now feel and now be feeling and feeling completely alone facing it. I'm glad I met you in these dark times we all are presently facing. I hope our future collaboration will yield great results. Welcome to Pembroke, my established colleague. We shall talk soon. Yours sincerely, Edgar Griffin Swansea. P.S. I left a copy of some of my notes concerning what I have discovered about Econ the last few years. Feel free to read about it if you need some guidance, as long as you don't use this knowledge to take advantage of me. And with that, we've been streaming overlong. So I would like to thank you folk for stopping by. Those folk who stopped by earlier and left, should they come back to finish watching this as well. And in the meantime, who shall we raid? You know what? Shadow Dancer Bob. Wonderful gentleman. Needs more people visiting.
Needs more.
Needs more love, yes.
Needs trying.
Yes, thank you folk for stopping by. Have a beautiful day. And we hope to see you again. Bye-bye!